The first question is, what is the difference between Informatica PowerCenter and Informatica Cloud? So the answer is Informatica Intelligent Cloud Services, nothing but IICS, is a cloud-based integration platform, which is nothing but iPaaS. IICS helps you to integrate, synchronize all data and applications residing on your on-premise and cloud environments. But when it's coming to Power Center, it only supports on-premise environment applications. IICS provides similar functionality as Power Center but in a better way, and you can access via the internet. Hence, in IICS, there is no need to install any client applications on your personal computer or server. All the supported applications can be accessed from the browser, and tasks can be developed through browser UI. If you buy the license, then Informatica gives you the credentials. So using that credentials, you can directly go to the Informatica URL, and you can log in through browser and you can develop your code. But in Power Center, the client applications needs to be installed on your server. In IICS, we can request the features based on our usage. Like if you use only SQL Server as your source and target, you can get the license to create these connections only, not for all. Or if you need like a file watcher job, then you can procure only the file watcher license. Like this, based on your usage, like your requirement, you are going to procure the license for the particular features. But in Power Center, you need to procure the license based on the edition, irrespective of whether you use a certain feature or not. The second question is, where does the metadata get stored in Informatica Cloud? So all the metadata gets stored in Informatica Cloud repository in IICS. Unlike Power Center, all the information in Informatica Cloud is stored on the server maintained by the Informatica, and the user does not have an access to the repository database. Hence, it is not possible to use any SQL query on metadata tables to retrieve the information like Informatica Power Center. For example, suppose I have one connection, I want to replace that connection with other connection, like my database is going to change. So at the time, normally in Power Center, we can write one query to get the information like that connection, where we have used, in which mappings we have used, which sessions we have used. But here, like in IICS, we cannot do like that, because everything like it is going to stored in Informatica repository, and that repository is going to maintained by Informatica. So normally user does not have an access to Informatica repository in IICS. So the various metadata information that gets stored in IICS repository includes like source and target metadata, and connection information, and mappings, schedules, and logging and monitoring information. Everything like it is going to stored in IICS repository. And the third question is, what is the difference between a union transformation in Informatica Cloud and in Informatica Power Center? Like in Informatica Power Center and also earlier versions of Informatica Cloud, the union transformation allows only two groups to define in it. Hence, if three different source groups needs to be mapped to the target, then the user must first create a union for two groups first, and then whatever the outcome is coming from that first union, we are going to union with the group with another union two. So we need two unions if we have three groups of data to unite. And in latest version, Informatica Cloud, it is supporting multiple groups, so all the input groups can be handled in a single union transformation. And the fourth question is, explain dynamic linking. So Informatica Cloud enables us to establish a target file at runtime. We can use this feature only in mappings. In target, we can select the create new at runtime option. So we can choose a static file name that can be displaced with with a new file whenever the mapping operates with the same name. We can also create a dynamic file name such that whenever the mapping runs, we can create a file with the new name. And the fifth question is what system variables are available in IICS to perform incremental loading? So normally, if you want to perform the incremental loading in PowerCenter, you need to calculate the runtime like a last successful run, or you need to calculate manually like what is the last run date and everything. So here like it is going to provide two system variables that is like last run time and last run date. So it returns the last time when the task runs successfully, and the last run date returns only the last date on which the task runs successfully. So these values are stored in Informatica Cloud Server and or Cloud Repository, and it is not possible to override the values of these parameters. These parameters only stores the date time value in UTC time zone. And the sixth question is how to pass data from one mapping to other in Informatica Cloud Integration. So the data can be passed from one mapping to other mapping Informatica Cloud through a task flow using parameters. So the first mapping task which passes the data should have an inode parameter defined using set variable functions. So this normally we can use this set variable function in expression level to assign the value to the parameter, and then in second mapping task which receives the data should either have an input parameter or inode parameter defined in mapping to read the data passed from upstream task.
The first question is explain about Informatica Cloud Runtime Environment. Informatica Cloud Runtime Environment is the execution platform that runs Informatica Intelligent Cloud Services assets such as tasks and task flows. You must have at least one runtime environment in each organization so that users in the organization can run tasks. A runtime environment consists of one or more secure agents. Basically, it is the server upon which your data gets staged while processing. You can choose either to process via the Informatica servers or your local servers which stays behind your firewall. Informatica supports following runtime environments. Those are Informatica Cloud Hosted Agent, Serverless Runtime Environment, and Informatica Cloud Secure Agent. The second question is what is the Informatica Cloud Secure Agent? Informatica Cloud Secure Agent is a lightweight, self-upgrading program that you need to install in your server and register it with Informatica Cloud Repository using the unique registration code provided for your organization account. It runs all tasks and enables secure communication across the firewall between your organization and Informatica Intelligent Cloud Services. The third question is what is a synchronization task? Synchronization task automates the data synchronization process between a source and target. Synchronization helps in maintaining same data between different systems and enables accuracy. A synchronization task can be built easily from the IICS UI by selecting the source and target without use of any transformations like in mappings. You can also use expressions to transform the data according to your business logic, or use data filters to filter data before writing it to the targets, and use lookup data from other objects and fetch a value. So in synchronization task, you can use expressions, data filters and lookups. Anyone without PowerCenter mapping or transformation knowledge can easily build synchronization tasks as UI guides you step by step. The next question is, what is a replication task? A replication task allows you to replicate data from a database table or selected sources to a desired destination. By using data replication, you can backup or warehouse data and copy data sets. You can choose to replicate all the source rows or rows that changes since the last runtime of task using built-in incremental processing mechanism of replication task. You can choose from 3 different type of operations when you replicate data to a target. Those are incremental load after initial full load, incremental load after initial partial load, full load each run. The next question is, what is the difference between a synchronization task and replication task? In a synchronization task, you can transform the data before loading it into the target. In a replication task, you can replicate the data from source to target without transforming the data. A replication task can replicate an entire schema and all the tables in it at a time, which is not possible in synchronization task. A replication task comes with a built-in incremental processing mechanism. In synchronization task, user needs to handle the incremental data processing. The next question is, what is the primary purpose of Informatica Cloud? The primary purpose of Informatica Cloud is to resolve the data integration problem that takes place when we have to move the data from legacy architecture to the cloud-based architecture. Through the Informatica Cloud, we can resolve the issue of handling fragmented data inside and outside the firewall. What is the mapping configuration task or mapping task in IICS? A mapping configuration task or mapping task in IICS is equivalent to the session in the Informatica PowerCenter. Normally, both are same. Mapping configuration task or mapping task, both are same. Just some people will call it as mapping configuration task. The shortcut is MCT, or mapping task. The shortcut is MT. When you create a mapping task, you must select a mapping to use in the task. Mapping task allows you to process data based on a data flow logic defined in a mapping. Optionally, you can also configure parameters that are associated with the mapping, and also pre and post processing commands, and also advanced session properties to boost the performance, and also you can configure the task to run on schedule. So we can do scheduling for mapping configuration task. Explain task flow in IICS. Task flow is similar to the workflow in Informatica PowerCenter. Task flow regulates the execution order of the mapping configuration task or the synchronization task according to the previous task output. To create a task flow, you must first create the task and then add them to a task flow. The task flow allows you to run the task sequentially or parallelly, and also to make the decision
based on the outcome from one task before triggering the next task. What is the difference between a task flow and linear task flow in IICS? A linear task flow is a simplified version of the data integration task flow, and it groups the multiple data integration tasks and runs them serially in the specified order. If a task defined in a linear task flow gets failed, you need to restart the entire task flow. There is no option to restart the job from failed task. But in task flow, we have that option. It just allows you to run the tasks parallelly, and also it is having some advanced decision making capabilities that allows you to either restart from failed task or skip it when a task fails. The next question is how the Informatica server stores the string values in rank transformation. This is very important interview question for TCS, Infosys, and also I got this question in Informatica. When I attended interview for these organizations, I got this question. So before going to explain answer for this question, I just want to explain what is the rank transformation. So what it will do. So the rank transformation is one of the transformation available in Informatica. I have seen this in this transformation both in IICS and PowerCenter. It just works like a rank function in the SQL. It just same like that. It just give the ranking on particular field which you have selected in the rank transformation. So and also it just returns either top or bottom values for that particular field on which you are going to sort and give the ranking. It just creates one more port, rank port for giving the ranking like 1, 2, 3. So we can use that rank port for next transformation for making some logic. If this if this requirement we have, like if you wanna sort the string fields like string values, then that time how Informatica sorts the data. So data integration uses the session sort order configured for the mapping task. So what is the property we have used? What is the value we have given for session sort order property which is existed in the advanced session properties of the mapping task? Based on that, it just sorts the string values. It may be binary or some specific language like Danish or Spanish. If you have some specific requirement like you wanna do sorting on particular language, then you have to change that property. I'll show that where you have to exactly change that property in the next slide. As shown in the screenshot, you have to open the mapping task. There in the schedules, you will see in the top, sorry, bottom, you will see advanced session properties. Right here, we have add button. So click on add button, just it will show the session property list. You have to select their session sort order. This is the option, and select value as session property value as binary, or whatever the specific language you want, Spanish, Dutch, and all. So based on this selection in rank transformation, the string values, string fields, it will sort. The next question is, can we run PowerCenter jobs in Informatica Cloud? This is a very important Informatica question. When the client is having requirement like they are migrating PowerCenter jobs to the Informatica Cloud, that time mostly this question they will ask. The answer is yes. There is a PowerCenter task available in the Informatica Cloud where user have to upload the XML file exported from the PowerCenter and run the job as a PowerCenter task. You can update an existing PowerCenter task to use a different PowerCenter XML file, but cannot make the changes to the imported XML. When you upload a new PowerCenter XML file to an existing PowerCenter task, the PowerCenter task deletes the old XML file and updates the PowerCenter task definition based on the new XML file content. Explain what is pushdown optimization in Informatica Cloud. Basically, this pushdown optimization is one of the performance tuning technique in IICS which helps us to execute the SQL statements at database level. The idea behind of this pushdown optimization technique is processing the data on database level, because processing the data on database level is much faster and efficient compared to the processing the data in Informatica. So the number of interactions between the Informatica and database is going to decrease if we execute or processing the data on database level. So internally, if you check this push down optimization option at mapping task level, Informatica is going to create internally the SQL statement for transformation logic. How much it can convert, that much transformation logic is going to keep in SQL statement and pushed towards either source database or target database or both. So the amount of data transformation logic that can be pushed to the database depends on the database type, transformation logic, and mapping task configuration. Whatever left, the transformation logic after creating the SQL statements, whatever the transformation logic, it is not gonna push towards the database. That transformation logic, it's gonna, Informatica is going to process at Informatica level. The next question is explain partitioning in Informatica Cloud Data Integration. First of all, you have to know what is partitioning. Partitioning is nothing but enabling the parallel processing of the data through separate pipelines. This is one of the important interview question, because interviewer asks like how you can do performance tuning in Informatica Cloud, what are the techniques we have. So this is one of the technique. And in Informatica Cloud we have only two types of partitioning methods, but in Informatica PowerCenter we have multiple number of partitioning methods. So be carefully understand what are the partitioning methods here in IICS. With the partitioning enabled, you can select the number of partitions for the mapping. Then DTM process creates a reader thread, transformation thread, and writer thread for each partition. Allow the data to be processed concurrently so that we can reduce the execution time of the task. And there are two major partitioning methods supported in IICS. One is key range partitioning. How it will works means it distributes the data into multiple partitions based on the partition key which we have selected and the range of the values defined for it. So what you have to do, once you selected the key range partitioning, you have to give the partitioning key and also the start and end ranges of the values for that. so that based on that it will segregate the data load. How it will loads means by partitioning the key, it just segregate the data to threads and it will execute. And next one is fixed partitioning. Here we can enable for sources which are not relational. So when we use means if the source is not relational, that time we are going to use this fixed partitioning, and you have to select number of partitions by passing a value after selecting the fixed partitioning in the drop down, and default value will be none. If you are not selecting any number of partitions, then the default value will be none. The next question is how to invoke Informatica Cloud tasks based on a file event. To trigger tasks based on a file event, Informatica Cloud provides a component called File Listener. A file listener listens to the files on a defined location. Suppose I have one requirement like there is a folder. In that folder, if any new file has created or updated or deleted, then my task has to trigger. If there is nothing happen, there is no file event occurs, then it should not run. If only any file event occurs, follows to trigger that task. For this requirement, I'm gonna create one file listener with a specific folder and a file pattern. File pattern means the file name pattern we have to mention in that file listener, and the specific folder means the monitoring folder, like in which folder we are looking that file has to come or updated or deleted. That folder we have to mention in that file listener. Then if any file event occurs like new file has arrived or any update or delete has happened to that particular file pattern of a file, then it's gonna notify back so that my task is going to trigger if any event has occurred. The next question is include all incoming fields from an upstream transformation except fields with dates. What should you do? This is very basic IICS question. So to configure like this, first of all, we have to configure two field rules in a transformation. First one, use all field rule to include all fields coming from upstream transformation, and then create a fields by data types rule to exclude fields by data type, and there you have to select date and time as the data type to exclude from incoming fields. You understood, right? First one, you have to create one include fields with a rule all fields, and the next one you have to create exclude fields with fields by data types rule, so that there you have to give what data type you wanna exclude. So date and time, the fields which are coming with date and time data type, those fields it's gonna exclude from coming incoming fields. The next question is what is the difference between the connected and unconnected sequence generated transformation in IICS? Sequence generator can be used in two different ways in Informatica Cloud. One with incoming fields disabled and other with incoming fields not disabled. The difference between the sequence generator with incoming fields enabled and disabled is when next val field is mapped to the multiple transformations. Suppose the sequence generator with incoming fields not disabled, then it generates the same sequence of numbers for each downstream transformation. And if a sequence generator with incoming fields disabled, will generate unique sequence numbers for each downstream transformation. You understood, right? The next question is, what is Informatica Cloud Debugger? Informatica Cloud Debugger helps you preview data at any point in a mapping for troubleshooting the errors in data integration mappings. So this is one of the troubleshooting technique in Informatica Cloud. To run the Informatica Cloud Debugger, mapping should be valid up to the selected transformation. Consider a scenario. Suppose I have I built a mapping, but the output of the mapping is not as I expected. So I wanna check my transformation logic where the data is not processing correctly. Actually, the output or some the mapping is running, but my logic is somewhere it's incorrect. I'm unable to find out by seeing that mapping logic. I wanna check data preview so that I can understand where my transformation logic is incorrect. So for that, I'm not going to create any temporary target to view how the data transformed at any particular transformation in a mapping. I'm going to use this Informatica debugger so that you can identify or you can preview data at any point in the mapping instead of creating the temporary target. What is data masking? The data masking mechanism enables you to stop exposing sensitive data to non-production environments. Using data masking rules, you can define the logic to mask or replace selected columns with duplicate values. I will tell one simple realistic example. In real time, suppose if we have some personally identifiable information, which means PII information like email address, phone number, bank account number, or government issued ID number, social security number, this type of PII information if we have in our data, and that real data we need to test in QA or in dev environment. That time we cannot showcase that personal data of customer or user to the unauthorized people. So we have to mask this type of data in lower environments. That time we use this data masking technique to mask those type of information columns in lower environments. The next one is explain discovery IQ. Discovery IQ is one of the module in IICS like data integration, application integration, and administrator or monitor. Likewise, there is another module, Discovery IQ, as shown in the diagram. And this Discovery IQ gives you a complete overview of the number of processes and jobs in your organization. Using this Discovery IQ, you can even get to know more about KPIs like data volumes, successful and failed jobs, etc. You can also perform log analysis by directly downloading from Discovery IQ. What is data assessment? The data assessment task in IICS streamlines the process to assess data quality. It also enables you to check things like file completeness, record duplication, field conformances, address validity, etc. You can configure filters on data to get the data that meets requirements. The next question is, how does IICS handle large data volumes? IICS handles large data volumes using the techniques of partitioning, push-down optimization, and high-speed connectors. Partitioning is the mechanism IICS provides for dividing the data into smaller, more manageable chunks or partitions and process each partition separately. So, the idea behind partitioning is, if we have bulk load, so we are going to create partitions so that that data is going to segregate into different chunks, and these partitions IAC is going to run parallelly. So it is going to divide the data and separately parallelly it's gonna run that data by creating the separate pipelines. And by using this partitioning, we can increase the performance and we can load the data quickly. The detailed description of partitioning, like types of partitioning and all, I explained in the previous video. I'm going to give that link in this video description. Just go through that. And also, I have covered push down optimization in that same video. So just go to that video and understand what is partitioning and push down optimization. I'll give a smaller line for push down optimization. Basically, this is the concept of executing the transformation logic in database level. So for transformation logic, IICS is going to create an SQL statement to execute that either in source side database or target side database, or both. So how much logic, transformation logic IICS can keep in SQL statement, that much it can write into SQL, and these SQL statements are going to execute on database so that we can reduce the number of interactions between Informatica and database, so that the performance is going to increase, the efficiency also going to increase. And the third one is high speed connector. IICS offers high speed connectors for various data sources, enabling faster data transfer. The next question is, in which scenario you have used synchronization task? This is one of the important IICS interview real time question, because if interviewer wants to know you are really worked on IICS in previous organization, if you kept something like I worked on synchronization task in your resume, then these type of questions he will shoot. So you have to know the answer for this question. Normally, most of the projects we use the synchronization task to load the data from source to stage tables. If you know the answer, if you really worked on synchronization task in previous projects. Then tell your answer where you used in your project. If you don't know, then give these answer to interviewer. How can you schedule the mapping? IICS provides scheduler also. So by using Informatica IICS scheduler, you can schedule the mapping task. If a workflow got failed in prod environment, can we do the code change for that fail mapping in production environment or in dev environment? Mention the step-by-step approach. Basically, this is the question interviewer asks when they are taking you for Informatica support. That time, this type of questions he will shoot to know basic things you know or not. So, if workflow got failed in the prod environment, first we have to check the reason for failure. If suppose any code change is required, then only we can mitigate that failure. Then we have to do that change in dev environment. And again we have to do unit testing and then deploy the code to test and then move to prod. We should never develop or change the mapping in test or prod environment. The next question is, have you parameterized in IICS? This is also a real-time question. If you worked on IICS, if you parameterized in previous projects, then you tell your answer. Otherwise, if you don't know, then tell like, yes, I have used, and I've created two types of parameters. One is input parameters and another one is in-out parameters. These input parameters I have used to parameterize the source, target, lookup connections, and this in-out parameter I have used to create the mapping variables and mapping parameters. Basically, this in-out parameter I have used for incremental loading purpose. Tell answer like this. Hi techies, in this video I'm gonna cover one more Informatica scenario based interview question. That is, if you see on my screen I have source file and target file. So Like this, we have to transform the data from source to target. In my source file, I have department number, employee name, and in target file, I have department number and employee list. Okay, these are my columns. If you see my source file, department number is not in the sorting order, but in target file, it's in sorting order. You have to understand the logic first of all, then only we are going to create a mapping for this. So I'm just trying to explain the logic what we have to implement to get the target data like this from this source file. Okay, so employee name, if you see employee name in the source file, it is also not in the sorting order, so it's just randomly we have the records. But in target file, they have sorted on employee names also. Okay, so first department number we have to sort on ascending order, and employee names also we have to sort on the ascending order. And also, if you see the first record, we have um, 10A employee list. In employee list, we have just one employee name. And in second record, we have 10 comma A comma B. So if you take this last record in the source, that is 10 comma B. Okay. For this employee name, we have to add first previous record. Okay, employee name and current record employee name for the second record. If you take third record, again 10 comma C we have in the source file, right? But here it's A comma B comma C in the employee list. So again previous record employee list we have to add, and current employee name we have to add for the third record. Like that, we have to add previous employee name list and current employee name for employee list column in the target. So this is the logic for this. I'm going to explain through mapping, by designing mapping, how we can create Informatica mapping for this data transformation. Before that, I just want to show you my source file. So this is my source file, sample underscore data 1.csv file. This is my source file. Okay, I'm just going to zoom it to everybody see, right? So this is my data, same data whatever I explained earlier in the screen. So same data I'm just kept here. I'm going to take this source file as my source in my mapping. I'm just creating new mapping with connection, flat file connection in my source, because I'm using flat file as my source as shown earlier, CSV file. I'm going to select that CSV file here. So name is sample data 1.csv. This is my source file as shown earlier, and I'm going to do some formatting here. So comma delimited only by default, and text call where I'm keeping text none. And now I'm going to create configure target connection also. So flat file only, this is also, and I'm going to create target at runtime. Okay, so create new at runtime, and static file name is tzt underscore ff underscore employee list. This is my target file. um, tzt underscore ff underscore employee underscore list underscore csv.
Okay, in formatting option, same, I just kept whatever for source, same thing I'm going to keep here. So text qualifier as none, comma delimited. Okay, so source and target is ready now. And now I'm going to add sorter for sorting the department number and employee name in ascending order. Okay, where is the sorter? Yes, this is the sorter. And also I'm going to take one more expression. Oh, this is expression. Okay, I'm just rearranging it. In sorter, I'm going to do sorting on two fields. One is department number in ascending order and employee name in ascending order. I'm just going to save this. And in expression, I'm going to create one more variable port. So if you see here, there is a plus symbol in expression. So I'm going to create first variable field with the name v underscore employee list. Okay, this is of string 255 length because we have only that much length if we concat also. Okay, I'm just going to take one more output field. Earlier one is variable field, now output field I'm taking with of or like employee list. I'll take it. Okay, this is output field. Okay, 255. Right. Now I'm going to configure variable port with some logic IIF if is null of employee list v employee list. First time it's null only. So that time we're just going to add employee name. Okay. This variable port is null means it's first time, first record. So just I'm going to give employee name. So in condition, I'm going to give another one also like is null. Sometimes if it's not works means this one will work, second one. Okay, so I'm just giving two quotes, that's it. In middle I'm not going to give anything, just it's like a symbol of empty. Okay, if this one or this one is true, first condition or second condition, either one is true, then it's going to be just employee name. Okay, and if it's not true means we have to append employee name for previous record employee list, right? That will store here. So employee list I'm going to concatenate with first comma, single quotes, comma, and then pipe symbol again. Oh, it's went. Okay, employee list concatenation with comma and then employee name. So this one we have to add, right? So I'm going to validate this. You understand the logic, right? If first time for first record we employee list will be just null or empty, right? That time we have to give only employee name. We are not going to concatenate with we employee list. I mean this is the same field. Okay, so if it's not null means something is there, it's not the first record. So v employee list, for this v employee list I'm going to add employee name. Okay, so this is variable port for concatenation of previous records of employee names. Okay, now I'm going to give here just variable port, whatever we have calculated. We, with if condition, we are adding the employee list, right? So that employee list I'm going to give in this output field. That's it. Okay, now in target I don't want employee name, whatever coming from the source. I just want this employee list. This is output field, right? So whatever the logic we implemented, that one only we have to send to the target. So department number as usual I required in the incoming fields, but I don't want this which is coming from employee name, which is coming from source. So in include, instead of all fields I'm taking named fields, so we'll get this configure option. So I'm just selecting whatever I needed. So department number I needed, employee list from the expression needed. I don't want this employee name which is coming from the source, right? So I'm just saving this and I'm going to run. Going to my jobs. It's not refreshing. That's why I'm just doing one more time refresh. It got failed because I opened this source file again. Every time I'll do same thing. So I'm just going to restart one more time. I just close my source file. See, if you see here, success and 8 rows in source, target also 8 rows. Okay, we'll see the target data now. So this is my target data. So if you see in this way, if you see, you will not understand. We will open in notepad. Okay, so if you see data, target data, same data we got, whatever I explained in this slide, same thing we got in output file. Okay, this is expected one only, so our logic is correct. I'm just going to zoom this little bit so you will see clearly the data of target file which we have generated. And just I'm checking it's matching or not. Okay, so yes, everything is matching, right? Thank you for watching this video. If you have any doubts, please mention in the comment section. And everybody, please subscribe my channel. If you like the video, like and share to your friends and colleagues. Thank you. Hi techies, in this video I'm gonna cover one more Informatica or IICS scenario based question, that is design a mapping to convert row data into column data. If you see my screen, I have source file like this, ID and value. These are my columns in my source file, and in target file I have four columns. One is ID, second one is column 1, and third one is column 2, and fourth one is column 3. And if you see data, then you can understand. So like this, we have to transform the data using IICS mapping. So I'm going to design a mapping for this logic. Before that, I'm just going to show you what is my source data. Okay, this is my source data. Whatever I have explained in earlier slide, same data I've kept in my source file. So ID value CSV, I have just given the name of the file. So I'm going to create a new mapping here for transforming the data. So in this source file, I'm just going to take my source as whatever I shown that file, I'm going to take it. So I'm just going to configure flat file connection only. So in this is my source file, and in formatting option, I'm just taking comma delimited and text qualifier as none. Now I'm going to take sorter for sorting the ID. Right. So I'm just going to sort this one on ID in ascending order. Okay. Now I'm going to take one expression. So in this expression, I'm going to create two variable fields. So first one is v of count. Okay. It's integer. Another one is variable field, that is v of id. Previous id will take it. Okay. To store the previous record id, I'm just taking this variable port. So this is also integer and 10. And I'm just going to save this. And now I'm going to create another port, that is output port. To actually we have to take three output fields, row of column 1, and this is row of column string only. Okay. And another one is row of column 2, and another one is row of column 3. So I have taken two variable ports and three output ports. Now I'm just going to check from source what is the data types we are getting. Okay. If ID we are getting as a string, means we have to change that to the integer. If you see here, I'm getting string only. So how we can change this means, just go to options, edit metadata. Here I'm just giving type as integer, native type I'm just giving integer, I'm just saving here. So if we give a native type as integer, automatically the type also is going to be changed here to integer. So now it's fine. Okay. And now I'm going to the expression. In expression, I'm just going to configure v previous id as id, right? So this one I'm just sending to the last. Okay. So if you see this, it just went to the down. Okay, last I'm just skipping, and everybody is able to see, right? I'm just zooming it. Okay, in v count, I'm just comparing if id is, so v count is like it's a previous id. So I'm just going to take if condition and id equals to v previous id. I'm just going to take this one only. Okay. V previous id, I'm just going to add from here. Then v count plus 1. So this is variable portrait. I'm just adding here. Okay. V count plus 1. Otherwise, we have to give 1. So if 10 here, if you see, if 10 is like we are getting 3 times, right? If the 10 is previous, right? If this id is same, then we have to increment 1. If it's not same, suppose if you take fourth record, 20th record, I mean fourth record, the value is 20, and if you compare with previous one, is just different, right? So we'll give for this record again count as 1. So it will continue 1 2 3, right? So 1 2 3 and 1 2 3, like this will get the count. So I'm just validating this. Yes, it's valid. And in row column, I'm just going to check if the count is 1, v of count equals to 1, then value I'm just passing, otherwise I'm passing null. So I'm just going to take if condition here. So v of count equals to 1, then value I'm passing. So this is the value field, right? So this one I'm passing, otherwise I'm passing null. So I'm just validating this. Yes, expression is valid. Same thing for row column 2, but here I'm just taking v count equals to 2. Okay. If v count equals to 2, then value, otherwise I'm passing null. Okay. And now again, same thing for O column 3 also. So if v count equals to 3, then value, okay, otherwise 1, sorry, otherwise null, right? So like this I just created variable expression. If you wanna see preview, I'll just show you. Okay, this is fine. So I'm just running the preview. Before that, I have to close this one, my source file. Okay. So if you see here, for column 1 we got A for the first record. In second record, B has stored in O column 2, and third record it's C has stored in the O column 3, and in again in the fourth record D, and fifth record E O column 2, and sixth record O column 3 F it's stored. Now we want this in like A B C in one column. So how we can do this means we have to do group by on ID, right? And max value we have to take it, so null it is going to remove. So next I'm just going to take aggregator here. So here in the properties, if you go properties, I don't want all the fields here. So I just want only name fields. In that I'm just going to check whatever I required. So ID I required, O column required, O column 2 required, and O column 3 required, but value I don't want here. So I included only 4 fields. In group by I'm just going to group by on ID. Okay. And in advanced we have to keep sorted input checkbox because we used the sorter before of aggregator, right? So this is sorted input only. And in aggregate function, we have to add three output fields. First one is column 1, and another one is column 2, and another one is column 3. Now I'm going to configure here max of O column 1. Okay, so it's just going to take max value of that column, validate. Okay, and now again I'm just going to configure here max of column 2. This is for column 2, and for column 3 also I'm just configuring for, so max of column 3. So validating, so it's everything valid. Why I have taken means we have to remove the nulls, right? So only the max value it's going to take it here. So now I'm just going to take in target, I'm just going to create connection, flat file connection, and in that I'm just going to create an object here itself, the file name, create new at runtime I'm just taking. So I'm just going to give tgt id value, okay, .csv, something like this. Now in formatting option I'm just going to give none here and comma delimited only. Okay, and incoming fields I don't want all the fields, I just want whatever I require. So I'm just going to take named fields, and in configure I'm just including column 1, column 2, column 3, and id. I don't want this O column which is coming from expression. I don't these three columns. Whatever I created in the aggregator, I'm just going to connect those ports only. Okay, I'm just saving. So mapping is saved. So I'm just going to run this. So we got only two rows, right? So we have total 6 in source, but in target we got 2. I think our logic has executed successfully. I'm just going to check target target file. Yeah, we got as expected only. I'm just going to open in the notepad plus plus or notepad. So yeah, if you see data, so whatever we expected, same thing is just given here. So I'm just going to show you this one. So if you see here, we have to get this ID column 1, column 2, column 3, 10, ABC, 20, DEF. So we got as expected, output we got as expected. So if you have any doubts, please mention in the comments. Thank you for watching. Hi techies, in this video I'm gonna show you one more Informatica scenario, that is how do you load alternate records into different tables through Informatica mapping flow. So I'm going to design a mapping for to send odd sequence number records to one table and even sequence number records to another table. So if you see my source here, I have student information, roll number, student name, total marks. This is my source, and in target I have two targets, target 1 and target 2. Here, you know, in first record, I mean odd record is going to the target 1, and even record, second record is even, right? So that is going to the target 2, and next same one, third record is going to target 1, and fourth record is going to target 2, and fifth record is going to target 1, and sixth record is going to target 2. Likewise we have to do the logic. So this is like odd or even, how will calculate odd or even in maths, same logic we have to implement in this mapping. Okay, now I'm going to show you my source file. Okay, this is my source file. Whatever I explained in the previous slide in Excel, same data I'm taking as my source, and I kept in this CSV file. I'm going to take this file as my input to the mapping. Okay, so I'm going to create one mapping, Informatica mapping. I'm doing all this in IICS. Okay, and now in source I'm going to take one connection, flat file connection, and in object I'm going to select my CSV file. Actually there is a slowness in IICS today. This maybe server is little bit down. Okay, and now in formatting option I'm going to give text qualifier as none. So I'm getting all incoming fields from file. Okay, and now I'm going to use expression transformation. In this, I'm going to create one more port, output port. So if you see, field type is output, and here I'm going to give pronoun. This is my output port. Okay, and in this I'm going to give this as integer. I'm going to configure logic here, that is we have CUME function in Informatica. This will this will calculate the sequence for each record. So for every record it will increment by 1. So how will generate the sequence number through sequence generator? Same like that, this function is going to generate now sequence for us. Okay, so this is new method. Generally people will take sequence either by creating some variable port in expression, and they'll use the +1 for that, and they will send that to the output field, that variable port. So they'll increment every time 1 by using that variable port, right? So like that I'm not doing here, just we have inbuilt function CUME, so I use that. And some people they will take sequence generated directly. So for sequence, and now I'm going to uh, create a logic for that, for odd or even. Now we got till sequence, right? Okay, now I'm going to take router here for sending even sequence number records to one target, and odd number sequence to another target. Okay, so I'm going to take two groups. Here I'm going to use advanced. I'm going to define a filter condition as mode of row num. Okay, mode of row num divided by 2 equals to 1. So this is for odd. So I'm going to give this as odd. Okay, odd group. Now I'm going to use, oh, it's still odd, it's not saved. Going to use another one. This is for even. Okay, mode of row num divided by 2 equals to 1, sorry, 0. So this is even. For even number logic, this is not changed. Even, odd. So I have renamed the groups. Okay, I've saved it. Now I'm going to create two targets. One is for getting odd records, one is for to load even records. Okay, so I already have a flat file connection, so I'll use this one, and I'm not going to use database here because I'm just want to explain the logic. So database is not required, I'm just going by flat files only. Now I'm going to create new file at runtime. So I'm going to give this as odd, tgt odd, tgt underscore odd. And formatting options, I'm going to give test qualifier as none. Okay, and same target I'm going to copy and paste it, control C and control V. So I'm going to just change the name and file name, target file name. So tzt even I'm going to give here. So in target, I'm going to change this to even. Okay. Now I'm gonna check one more time. Formatting options, it's fine. So TCTR, okay. So it's connected for default. So odd group I connected to odd TCT and even group I connected to event target. Okay, event TCT. And now I'm going to run this one. It's just failed. I think I have opened the source file. Maybe that is the reason. I'm going to close the source file. I'll show you. Yes, that is the reason. That is the error here. Okay, I'll restart one more time. Every time forgetting to close this CSV file after explaining the source CSV file. So odd TCT is having 5 records as expected and even TCT is having 4 records as expected. Okay, so first one is 5 records and second one is 4 records. Okay, so I'm going to see now target. So TCT event. So event should be 4 records. Okay, so yeah, this is second target. Okay, 104, 106, 1021, and 1024. Okay, and now I'm going to check TCT art. So same 5 records. Venkat Chaitanya Balaya and Srinivas Rao Shiva. Okay, so our logic is correctly executed. Okay, if any doubts, please mention in the comments. Hi techies, in this video I'm gonna cover one more Informatica scenario, that is how do you design a mapping to load only top 5 merit students records to the target without using rank transformation. So this is one of the most important Informatica scenario I got in multiple interviews. So I have a student table as my source. As you see on my screen, I have roll number, student name, total marks. These are the columns in the source, and I have same columns, all columns I'm pulling to the target, but only top 5 records, top 5 merit students records I'm sending to the target, as you see on my screen. And these top 5 merit students I'm going to calculate based on the total marks. So who got top 5 total marks, those are the top 5 merit students. So I'm going to send only those records to the target. So I'm going to show you my source file. This is my source file, 7th class.csv, and whatever I explained in the previous slide, same data I kept it here. If you wanna see clearly, I will just zoom it so you can see now clearly. So roll number, student name, total marks, whatever I explained in the previous slide, same data I just kept it here. Okay, and now I'm going to take this as my source, and I'm going to create one new mapping. In source, I'm taking flat file connection. Whatever I shown, that source file, I'm going to take it here. I'm going to select here in the object. So 7th class.csv, this is my source file. I'm going to close this one. Okay. And in formatting options, I'm going to use delimited comma and text qualifier as none, and import from first row and data row is second from second, because we have header, right? And okay, this is fine. And now I'm going to use sorter for sorting the data in descending order. Where is sorter? Yes. So I'm going to use sort in ascending order on, sorry, descending order on total marks. So it's just going to sort the data in descending order. So top uh, marks who got top, those it will be in the starting. So it's became a first row. Now I'm going to use one expression here. Where is that expression? So yeah, this one. So I use the expression, and one more sequence generator transformation I'm going to take it here, because we have to generate the sequence. We are not using rank rate. So first we have done the sorting on total marks in descending order. So top marks students will get in the top, and who got less marks, those it went to the bottom. So I'm just going to use the sequence here for filtering the top 5 records. So incoming fields, we are not giving any incoming fields. So in advanced, we have to do disable incoming fields for sequence generator, because I am not connecting to any incoming fields. Save it. And now in expression, if you wanna see preview, I'm just going to run preview because you will understand the logic clearly. So you have to know one thing before running the preview. You should not open any source and target files. If it's open, just close that. And preview, if suppose you are doing on at expression point, so till this expression the mapping should be valid. So my mapping is valid, that's why it's given the preview, so I'm able to see the data. So if you see here, um, highest marks, next value is 1. So it's just a sorted total marks if you see. So the records it's sorted in the descending order. So top top marks we got on the first on the top. Okay, so like this it's given the sequence for those records, and current val we don't require. Okay, we don't require this, so in the target we just exclude those. Okay, we can do that in expression also, but I am going to do in the target for both next val and current val, because we don't want that columns in our target. And now I'm going to use filter. Where is this filter? Yes. Okay, so this filter is for filtering the rows. So I'm going to give a condition here, and I'm going to give very simple condition. So that is next val is less than or equals to 5, then I'm going to get the top 5 records, right? So this is the condition I'm going to give here, and I'm going to give target. So my connection is, I'm not going to create a new connection. So I'm going to use the flat file connection here, and in object I'm going to select 7th class.csv. Sorry, it's my source file. So I'm going to create one more target here, tzt underscore ff underscore top 5 students. Okay, dot csv. This is my source file, sorry, target file. In the incoming fields I'm going to disable, I'm going to exclude few fields, as I said earlier. So I'm going to exclude next val and current val. So these I don't want to see in my target file, so that's why I just excluded, and I'm going to run this mapping. Before that I just want to do one more thing here. I forgot that in target I'm just going to do some formatting here. Yeah, delimited and comma, and text to qualifier I want to keep it as none. Now I'm going to save this. I'm going to run this. It's running. So I got 5 records in the target as expected. So total number of records is 9. In that I got only top 5 records. Okay. So we'll see the data. So if you see the target data, as expected we got the data. So only top 5 records who is highest marks, top 5 highest marks. So those students information only it's loaded in the target. So if you see, same 498, 489, 470, 450, 430. Okay. Encouraged investor Venkat Surya and Suya. Same data it's loaded. So our logic is correct. So if you have any doubts, please let me know. I'm just going to just zoom out, just check it if you are not able to see. Okay. So this is my target table data. Okay. Thank you for watching. If you have any comments, mention in the comment section. Hi techies, in this video I'm gonna cover one more Informatica scenario, That is, how do you design a mapping to load all unique customers in one table and the duplicate customers in another table? Okay, so this is my data. If you see on my screen, this is my source data. I have customer table. So Kirti is my first record of customer, and Deepti, I got 3 times Deepti. This is not unique record, but Kirti is unique record. And Venkat I got 2 times. So this is also not unique record. And Surya, Chaitanya, we got only 1 time. So these are 3 records we have unique. Kirti, Chaitanya, and Surya. These we have to send to the target one. And the records which occurs more than 1 time, those we have to send to the target 2. So duplicate records has to send one target, and unique records we have to send to the another target. If you see on my screen, you will understand clearly like how I sent data to the target 1 and target 2. Okay, so like this we have to design a mapping for this logic. So now I'm going to show you the source data. So this is my source file. In this I have customer as shown, and as shown in the previous slide, same data I have taken here. So I have to send this data to the targets, 2 targets, one for duplicates and one for non-duplicates. Now I'm going to design a mapping. So I'm in default folder. I'm just going to create a mapping, new mapping for this logic for separating the duplicates and unique records. So my source is flat file. So I'm taking flat file connection, and here I'm going to select my customer dupe file. This is my source file. In this I'm going to do some formatting. This delimited comma only, and the text qualifier is none. So data will not give between the quotes. And now I'm going to use sorter here. Where is the sorter? Lookup router. Yeah, sorter this one. So I'm going to sort the data. So I'm just going to add sort in ascending. So customer on customer, I'm just doing sort. Okay. Now I'm going to add expression. So this is expression. I'm going to add expression. So in expression, I'm going to add one more field, some dummy field for comparison purpose. Okay. And this is integer. And I'm just giving here value as 1. This is hard coded value. So I'm just giving 1. And now I'm going to add aggregator here. So which we use for to get the count. So count of each record. I don't want all incoming fields. I just want only customer field, because I'm going to do group by on customer. So I'm including only customer. Dummy value, dummy field which I created in the expression, I don't want here. Okay. In aggregate, first in group by we'll add one field here, customer. So I'm doing group by and customer, right? So I'm adding that field here and I'm just saving. And in aggregator, I'm adding a field count. This is new field. I'm just giving O of count. So one output field. This is also a integer, and I'm here in configuring of count as count of, we have count function, right? So customer, so it will give customer count, how many times it occurs, it just give, because we are doing group by on customers. So the, and in advanced we have to check the sorted input, because we are giving sorted input to the aggregator. By using sorter we already sorted, so that's why I checked this. So aggregator will not sort again, it's just going to do aggregation without sorting. Okay, and if you wanna see in aggregator preview, if you wanna see, I'll show you, because we'll get only one record, and we'll get count how many times it occurs. One record means we are doing group by, right? If we have multiple duplicates, also multiple occurrences, it will give only one occurrence, and the count we are finding, right? So it will give count how many times it occurs, the record count, it's just going to give here. So I'm just going to show you in preview, because you will understand very clearly the logic. So all records it's there, but only uniquely one record it's giving. Deepti we got three times, right? But it has given only one time, but the count it's given three, right? Venkat also two times we got, and the count it's just given here, and remaining one unique records. So in aggregated, till aggregated, this is the logic. Now I'm going to use joiner. I'm going to join the data from expression and the data from aggregator on customer field. Okay, the condition is whatever getting from aggregator, that customer data, and whatever I'm going to get from expression, that customer has to match. That is the condition, join condition. In properties, if you see incoming fields, we got naming conflict, field name conflict. This is also one of the important question, how you will resolve the field name conflict. So whenever we got same names from master and detail, will get this type of naming conflict issue. So that time we have to use something like prefix, suffix, or pattern, something we have to use. I'm just going to use suffix. So at the end of the field, it is field name, it is going to add this suffix. Whatever it is coming from the aggregator, I'm going to add underscore one for that field names as a suffix. So issue got resolved. If you see in master, customer one of count one, which is coming from these are coming from the aggregator fields, right? Okay, and why I have taken aggregator is my master means in aggregator we have less number of records, right? Three records, and in detail from expression we are getting all the records. So whenever we are using the joiner, master should be the table which is having less number of records, that is we have to take master, so performance we can increase. And in join condition, I'm going to use customer. So whatever customer it is coming from fee aggregator, that one, and the customer is coming from expression, I'm just joining these two. Okay, and in advanced we have to check the sorted input, because we already sorted this. Okay, and now in joiner you can see, if you want to see the preview, but in joiner we cannot do preview, it will not support. And now I'm going to take a router here. In router properties, so in advanced, there is a tracing level. Okay, in output groups, I'm just going to add one more group, which is for unique records. Wherever O count equals to dummy, dummy means its default value is 1 only. So I'm going to give O count equals to 1 here because it's not joiner, right? So we have to give the value here. So dummy equals to 1. Wherever we have O count equals to 1 and that is unique record, right? That one, and dummy record equals to 1. Wherever we this 2 has satisfied, then we are going to get the unique records. So if that is not satisfied, then it will go to the default port. So this is the default one. So whatever it's not like unique, then it's just going to the default port. If you wanna see the preview, I'll show you here. For generating preview, it is taking time. I think it's successfully completed. And if you see here, in default port is just given no O count O count is not equals to 1, those it's just sent to the default group. And a new group which is for we created for unique records. So this unique records is just went to the unique, I mean a new group. These are the unique records. So now I'm going to create 2 targets. Okay, and one target already it's created, but I need to give the connections. So in target, I'm just going to give the flat file connection again, and I'm going to select here. I'm going to create a file, target file at runtime. So I'm just going to give customer original. Okay, so original records. So this is for non-duplicates, and same in formatting option, I'm going to use none, comma, and none text qualifier import from row 1. And incoming fields, I don't want all the fields, I just want only few fields. Customer, so I'm just going to include only customer. Just giving, okay, configure, which is coming from expression. Those I want because we are going to get all the customers if we select from expression, because in group by we already done group by, right? So we'll get only 3 records, but I need all the records, right? So I just selected customer which is coming from expression. And now in target, everything is fine, right? So I'm going to create one more target instance. Okay, so same copy paste I have done, same instance, I mean same target, but I have done copy paste, and I'm going to change the file name here in target. This is original records, right? So I'm just going to change the file name. I'm going to use duplicate records here. Target one for dupe. Okay, I'm just giving naming because we don't want to confuse here. So target S, this is for original records. So I'm giving target original. Now I'm going to, this default one is not original. So this one is having duplicates. So we have to keep this group to target one dupe, and new group, this is unique records it is having. So I'm just going to give here target original. Okay, save it. Mapping is valid. I just wanna recheck this dupe one is having incoming fields. Yes, included only one field, and formatting, yeah, perfectly fine. Now I'm going to run this. It succeeded. And in target one, 5 records. These are the duplicate records, and these are 3 are original records. I think as per logic, it's executed. I'm just gonna show you the target files also. So this is duplicate records, right? Yeah, this is duplicate file record target, and this is original file non-duplicates target. So as our scenario is just, the logic is completely correct as our, you know, whatever we expected, same thing, it's given output. So target one, target two. Okay, duplicates and non-duplicates. Yeah, thank you for watching this video. If you have any doubts, please let me know in the comments. Thank you. Hi techies, in this video I'm gonna cover one of the IICS scenario. which is how do you convert single row from source into three rows in target. This is the one of the scenario based Informatica interview question. So I'm going to explain this with mapping in IICS. So first of all, I'm going to explain the question clearly. So this is my source. I have fields subject 1, subject 2, subject 3. These are the columns I have. In that I have biology, physics and chemistry. These are my subjects. So now I'm gonna convert this one as like this. You can see my target. This target is having a field as subjects. So all these subjects is gonna be there in this subjects field only. So I'm going to convert this one row as three rows. Okay. So biology, physics, chemistry, this is in the source as one row, and in target it is in the same column with three rows, right? So this is the question. So I'm gonna explain with mapping now how we can create a logic for this in IICS. So let's go. So I'm in all projects, and here I'm going to the default one. Here I'm going to create new mapping, create new mapping, and in here source, I'm just going to take the source. One second, this is the source. Okay. Here if you see I have same data which I have shown in the Excel, same data I kept here. Subject 1, subject 2, subject 3, biology, physics and chemistry. This is the data I have kept in the source file. So I'm going to take this source file as my source in the mapping. So I'm going to here, and in connections I'm giving flat file connection, and in objects I'm going to select my subject file, source file. Okay, so where it is, yes, this is the one, subject src csv. So this is my source file, and in formatting options I'm going to give comma delimited only. I'm going to give text qualifier none. Yeah, everything is same. I'm just keeping the properties. And next I'm going to convert this one into three rows, right? One row we have to convert into three rows. So for that, I'm going to take three expressions. I'm just going to delete this link between source and target. And now three expressions I'm going to take. So if you see here, I'm just connecting these three expressions. In first expression, I'm just giving incoming fields only one. So if you see here, I'm just including one field, first field here. So subject one only I'm including. So only first field is going to the expression one expression, and in expression one I'm going to select only second field in the include. So configure, and subject to I'm giving in the second expression. Oh, it's my system is bit slow. I'm just saving and refreshing because it's not saving. When I click OK, it's not taking that. So I'll just refresh it once. So in expression, again I will try here to configure the second subject to. Yes, now it's taken. And in expression 2, so here I am giving again third field. Okay, sorry. I have to save this. My system is little bit, lagging today. So include named field and configure subject 3. So first expression subject 1 included, and the second expression subject 2, and the third expression subject 3. Okay, and now I'm going to give this to union. That is union. Yes, this is union, right? So I'm just going to give first field and just little bit drag this. First expression I'm giving to input 1, and second expression I'm going to give to input 2, and third expression I'm going to give new group, so it will create new input 3, right? So three groups and each one column from expression. Okay, and now in union we have to create output field. It's created subject 1, but first of all we have to uh, give this to the target because we are getting invalid. First we have to give this link to the target. Will connect to the target. In target I'm gonna create one dynamic file, sorry, static file name. It's a static file name, but at runtime it's going to run. So in single object, and here I'm going to create a new one, or I'll give some existed one only. We'll see is there anything. Okay, yeah, subject underscore target already existed one. uh no, it's better to create new one only because I don't know what data it's there in that file. So my static file name I'm giving target of tzt of student info. Okay, student subjects will give. Okay, so this is my target file. In formatting options I'm giving comma and none text qualifier and import from 1. Okay, now I'm going to show you how to create union output ports. So already subject 1 is there, but I wanna rename this one with subjects because in output fields I need subjects. So from input 1 subject 1, from input 2 subject 2, and from input 3 subject 3 we are getting. Now this output field from input 1 group we need to map here, and from input 2 again the subject 2 I have to map this subject uh, field output field. From input 3, again I need to map this one. Okay. So I'm just going to zoom reset because it became very big. Okay. Now you understood, right? So I have given three inputs to the subject's output group. Okay. And I don't know this subject, how much length it's there. I'll check one more time in the output fields. It's 255. Then fine. Okay. And now I'm gonna validate this. So mapping was valid, and I'm gonna run this. Oh, my SRC folder I opened. That's why it's not read in, not able to read in. Okay. Now I'm going to run one more time. I just closed that my source file. So whenever you are I mean you are running a job, you have to close all source and target files if any existed. Okay. So if you see, the first source is having one row, and in target we have three rows. So I think it's executed as per my logic. Now I'm gonna show you the target file data. So this is my target file. You see, yes, expected we got this right. So subjects is my header, and biology, physics, chemistry, we got it right as in rows, as rows. Same thing. Okay, in target you are getting biology, physics, chemistry as subjects, right? So thank you for watching. If you have any comments, please mention in the comment box, and if you have any doubts also, you can mention in the comment box. And if you like this video, please like, share, and subscribe my channel if you are not subscribed my channel. Thank you. Hi techies, in this video I'm gonna cover how to load first and last record of your file into target using IICS, and whatever I'm going to explain this logic we can implement both in PowerCenter as well as IICS, and I'm going to show you this logic without using rank transformation. So if any interviewer asks like this, like how to load the first and last record without using the rank transformation, then you can say this mapping flow, whatever I'm going to explain now. So as shown on the screen, this is my mapping. So first I have taken source. I will show you what is my source now. What is the file I have taken as my source. I'll show you. So this is my CSV file. I have this five records: student number, student name. I think everybody is able to see, right? I'll just zoom it. So this is my data. So roll number I have, student name I have. So in this first record 1013 Venkat has to load to my target, and the last record Balaya record has to go to the target. Remaining we have to skip. This is the logic. I'm going to explain this without using rank transformation in IICS. So you can implement this both the same logic in PowerCenter also. So in source I have taken that, and after that in expression, this is pass through expression only, but just um, have connected the sequence generator and source to this expression, and current value I've just excluded here because we don't need only next value which is coming from the sequence we need. So I've just excluded current value in this expression, and I just use the sorter because here next val it will give 1 2 3, right? 1 2 3 4 5 6 like this. So first next val what it will give, it just give 1 2 3 4 and 5, like this it will give the sequence. So if we want first record means we can filter on next val equals to 1. In filter transformation we have to give next val equals to 1, so we'll get the first record. But if we want to get the last record, how we will get means I'm just going to use the sorter for reverse order. Like if I use the sorter, it's going to give in the reverse order. First I'll show you this one in the preview so you can understand how it will be look like the data. So this is one of the option in Informatica to see the data for debugging purpose. We use this preview if you face any errors, any I mean output is not as expected. So we use this preview option so that how the data is coming to the transformation, it's going to show. One second. Okay. I opened this file, right? That's why it's not showing. So I haven't saved that. Here, if you see, again, I will run the preview. But only the condition is to success this preview, we have to um, make sure that before using, I mean, now I'm using the preview at sorted transformation, right? So before of this transformation, till this transformation, the mapping should be valid. Then only we can see the preview data. So if you see, it's just reversed the sort. We use the sorter in ascending order. Sorry, descending order. We use the sorter in the descending order, and values is just reversed. I think my Informatica Cloud is very slow today. It's okay. Taking time for giving the preview. So it's reversed the order. First, it's we got Venkat. Sorry, in the last we got Venkat. Total rows is just reversed, and now I'm used another sequence. So this is for giving the reverse numbers. Like first time we got 1 2 3 4 for as it is the order which we have loaded. Now after reversing again I have taken the sequence using sequence generator, and if you wanna see the preview, okay, it's not supporting here. Okay, it's okay. If you wanna see the preview in the expression, just run it one more time. So in this expression, I just connected the sorter as well as sequence flow. Both I have just given to the expression. So when we are giving like that, we'll get the conflict, because the next value which is there in the sequence and the next value which is there in the sequence 1 will get the conflict, right? So that time we have to use the prefix. So if you see here the reverse next value, I just renamed the second sequence, which I mean second next value which is coming from the sequence 1. I just reverse that. I mean I have renamed that because we are getting the conflict, naming conflict. That's why just given renamed this next value field which is coming from the sequence 2. So it just given 1 2 3 4 5 for the reverse order. Now you tell me how we can get the first and second. Just we have, sorry, first and last record. Just we have to give this one is the first record, right? So next value equals to 1. In filter we have to give, or reverse next value equals to 1 we have to give. So last record will get if we give reverse next value equals to 1. In first record we'll get when we are giving next val equals to 1, but we have to give or condition, because either true means, either one of the condition true means it will give. If you give and means it has to satisfy both. It will not possible, so that's why. So I have used the filter or condition next val equals to 1 or reverse next val equals to 1. This is the condition which I mentioned in the filter, so that it will get only two records, first and last records. We'll see in the preview what we are getting. So if you oh, 1 second. So if you see Balaya record we get, and Venkat record we get after applying the filter conditions, then I'm going to send to this filter, this two records to the target. That's it. This is the logic for this is the logic for loading the first and last record of a file. It's very easy when when the source our source is database table, because we can write these things in the query level as in SQL override query. But if it's a file means we have to do all these things. Even if we use the rank transformation, we have to take the two ranks. One is from top, and one top first record, and another one is bottom first record. And we have to send to the we have to create the two target instances, and we have to send one first one to one target instance and second one to another target instance. The logic is a little bit different when we use the rank. Here we are not using the rank, that's why we are reversing total data using the sorter, and we applying the sequence two times. For first time to get the first record normally, and after reversing to get the last record again we are giving the sequence. So this is the logic. I think everybody understood. I'm just going to run this once, and I will check the output. If you have any doubts, please comment in the comment section. So my mapping is running successfully. And if you see the total 5 records in the source, in target it's loaded to, and yeah, next values in the sequence and it's showing. It's okay. That is fine. And now I'm going to show you the target record. sorry, target file. This is my rank test is my target file which I mentioned in the target. So I'm just going to check the data. So if you see roll number, student name, and the first record, Balaya record, last record, and the first record, it both has loaded. If you want to, sorry, yeah, first record and last record, it's loaded in the file. Yeah, thank you for watching. If you have any doubts, please let me know in the comment section. And if you like this video, like, share, and please subscribe my channel if anybody is not subscribed. Thank you. Hi guys, in this video I'm gonna cover one more IICS scenario based interview question. So be carefully watch it till the end. My scenario is, if I have a source file like this, if you see on my screen, I have customer source file as ID, name, address. These are my fields in that source files, and these are the records. In this, if you see, the first two records is not having any null value for any field. And if you see third record, we have one null value for one field. And if you see fourth record, we have all values are nulls for all fields. So my first scenario is, if any field is having null value, those records has to send to the one target, and the fields, all fields which are not null values, having not null values, those we I have to send to the another target as shown here. Okay, so two records, these are not null records, and these are, if any field is having null, then those has to send to the another target. So this is my requirement. I'm gonna create in a logic for this in IICS. Before that, I have to mention one thing. I'm taking this as a source file because doing this logic when on database level, like if our source is it's a table, then it's very easy to eliminate the non-null fields. And I mean, we can write SQL override queries and all. So, but if that is a file means, and writing that logic is very complex because we have to use the transformations. We don't have an option to write the SQL override. So I'm showing that when we are having the source as a file, so how we can implement that logic, I'm going to show you now in the IICS. Before that, the same thing I'm going to keep it in, I mean, I already kept in some source file. I'm just checking. So customer src txt, this is my source file. Same thing as it is as shown in the Excel, same data I kept it here. And this third and fourth records is having nulls. Okay. Now I'm going to the IICS. This is my UI. So here I'm going to create, I think data integration. Okay. So I'm going to create another mapping, new mapping. So okay. So go to the new, and here create a mapping. If you see here in source, we are going to create a file connection. This is already created. I'm just configuring it here, and I'm going to select my source file. Customer src txt, this is my source file. So I'm going to select that. I'm going to do some formatting also. It's a comma delimited. Its text qualifier is none. Okay. And now I'm going to create another expression. In this expression, I'm going to create one more output field. Its name is O underscore null. So bring 10 precision. I mean, okay. Now I'm going to configure the logic here for finding the nulls in the particular field for the particular field. So if is null, this is the function for finding the nulls in that field. So if it's the value is null, then the ID value is null, then it will be true, otherwise it's false. So I have to check all fields like this. So is null of name and R. We have another field also. So is null of address. So I checked all nulls here. If any field is having null value, then it will be true. So it will return 1. If it's false, 0. For all fields which are having, sorry, all fields are null, not nulls, then it will return 0. If any field is null, then it will return 1. So this is the expression. Oh, is null is missing here. Okay. Now validate, valid. Okay. Now I'm going to create a router because we have to send the data to the two targets. Two targets means we have to use the router for sending for creating the two groups. One is for nulls and one is for not nulls. So in output group, I'm going to create two groups. One is for new groups. I'm going to create one is for nulls, null group. Here I'm using simple and the condition is O null equals to 1. Then it is null record. It's going to the null group. If O null is not null, means 0, then it is going to the not null group. Okay, two groups I've created. Okay, and now I'm going to create a target. You understood, right? So the first one is null group and the second one is not null group, and whatever we created in expression, that flags we are giving here. For nulls we have given 1 and for not nulls we have given 0. And I'm going to create a target. Already it's given the skeleton, but I'm going to configure the connection, flat file connection, and I'm going to give the file name which is it's not existed. So I'm going to create a file at runtime, so it will create this file when it's running. So I'm going to give some static file name as null tzt. Okay, and I'm going to configure this one as comma csv file, and the text qualifier is none. And in incoming fields, I don't want o null field because we used that one for only making the logic it's not coming from the source, so I don't want that field. So I'm gonna exclude here. Okay, just going to give exclude named field. Okay, that field owner field I selected and save it. And I'm going to create another one second. This is having default link. I'm going to give this null group link to the first target. So I'm going to give TZT null the name. Okay, and I'm going to create another target here. Just copy paste that instance, Control C and Control V. You will get another target. So here I'm going to give another file. So this is not null GZT. GZT means target. Okay, I'm just giving like this. And here, if you go advanced, sorry, formatting options, you will see comma, none, import. Same thing we have, whatever there for first one. And I'm going to rename this target name with not null. Okay, so it will change to here. So I'm going to connect not null group to target. Okay, save it. In incoming fields, we'll check one more time. Okay, it's there. The same logic. Okay. Now I'm going to run this mapping. We'll see. Yeah, as per our logic, it's executed. You see, two records is there in the first null target, and the two records it's went to the not null. I think it's executed as per our logic. So two records, and we'll see the target data. So the files, whatever it's generated, we'll see here. So my, if you see, this is null TZT. So the two records, null records came to here. The not null TZT and the not null records it came to here. So as per my logic, it's executed correctly. And now I have another scenario, same thing, but I have to send first in first target. I have to send the fields which all fields having nulls. Those type of records I have to send means the fourth record I have to send to the first target, and the second record, if you see here, this has to send to the second target only. So the first target will be having completely nulls. Whatever the records which is having all fields null, those records is going to the target file 1, and target file 2 the records which is having not nulls, and all fields which are not having nulls, those records also going to be there in the target file 2. Okay, so this is very simple logic, same thing whatever we have implemented, but in expression level the logic is going to be changed slightly. Wherever we used or here, or means anyone, one of the condition is true, then it's true. I'm going to use and instead of or here. So all fields will be nulls, then it will be going to give one flag, otherwise 0. Okay. Now I'm going to run one more time. Success. Yeah, the first target is having one record and second target is having three records. As per our logic, I think it's executed. We'll see the data one more time. Yeah, if you see the first record, first target, I mean to say in this target, I mean null, not null records having in not null target, and the Balaya record also has added here. The first ID is null here, but entire record is not null. But whatever the entire record is not null, that record is going to be there in the second target. Okay, this is null target. I think everyone has understood the logic and scenario. So if any doubts, comment it below my video. Thank you for watching this video. Thank you. Hi techies, in this video I'm gonna cover one more Informatica concept, that is indirect file loading. Okay, indirect file loading when we use means whenever we have multiple files with the same structure and same data types, that time we'll go for indirect file loading method. So by using single mapping we can load all multiple files at a time. I mean to say with using only single mapping we can load all files to the target. No need to create multiple mappings for multiple source files. Okay, I will show you different methods. Okay, how we can do indirect file loading in Informatica. I'm going to do this in IICS. Same thing will we can do it in Informatica PowerCenter also, but I'm going to show you in IICS. So first of all, I want to show you my source files. If you see here, sub is my directory. In this, I have customer file 1, customer file 2, customer file 3, and customer file 4. Customer file 1 is having customer ID, customer name of, you know, a customer ID is data type integer, and customer name data type is, this is string. Same thing in customer file 2 also. I have customer ID and customer name and the corresponding data. And in file 3 also same structure. Okay, customer ID, customer name, and till customer ID 10, it's covered in customer file 3. In customer file 4, I just mentioned same structure. So customer ID till 12 I have created in file 4. Okay, now I'm going to create one list file for this. So this list file is having all the file names including the path where these files existed. All four files I have mentioned here, just file names, okay, including path. This list file we are going to give as input to the our mapping. So now I'm going to create a new mapping. I'm going to create this one in test folder. So I'm going to create a new mapping in test folder. In source, I'm going to keep connection as flat file connection only. Okay. And in source, I'm just going to take, instead of single object, I'm going to take file list so that we can give file list file here. Okay. I'm just selecting that list file, whatever shown earlier. In formatting options, I'm going to take text qualifier as none and delimiter as comma. And now I'm going to add one more expression. This is pass-through expression. I'm not adding any logic. It's a best practice. It's useful when debugging time. Okay, in target, I'm going to give connection, flat file connection again. And here, if you have database connection, then you just load that one to some table. I don't have right now, so I'm just giving the flat file connection only. And I'm going to create this one at runtime. File name with in runtime. So I'm going to give some static file name like tgt underscore uh, customer all files dot csv. I'm just giving one file name. Okay. Now I'm going to save this and run this. It has loaded. Okay. All rows has loaded all 4 files because I'm seeing total 12. I'll check here the target file. Okay, this is our CSV file. So I have seen all the rows here till from 1st to 12th. This 12th is in the last file. Okay, all files has loaded one by one in the target, but I want to see which record is coming from which file. Okay, so how we can do that in IICS means we have one option here in the source. If you see in incoming fields, okay, I'm in target. So I'm going to source here in fields, add currently processed file name field. If you check this, then it is added one more field here. If you want to rename it, you can rename it. So this field is going to have the file name. That record is coming from which file, it's going to give in the target. Now I'm just going to run because no need to check each and every source file it's loaded or not. I'm just going to see in target with that file name. This is also one of the Informatica interview question, like how you will add the source file name. Oh, it's failed because I just opened here my source file, sorry, target file. That's why it's, I will run one more time. Yeah, it's succeeded. Now I'm going to check my target file. Now see, customer ID I have, customer name I have, okay? Customer ID and customer name and currently processed file name also is just given another port with full path, file with full path, okay? So you can now see file 1 has loaded, file 2 has loaded, and file 3 has loaded, and file 4 has loaded. All data has loaded in one mapping. So this is indirect file loading using list file, but we can do in, by passing the command also. So in source, basically we have another option also, right here, command. So if you check this, you have to select one sample file, like for structure purpose. So you have to select one sample file, and here you have to pass the batch file with full path, or sh file with full path. Batch file when we send means whenever we are using Windows as our environment, then you can use batch file. Here you have to pass batch file, or sometimes we work on Unix or Linux, right? So that time we have to pass here shell script. So I'm going to show you what shell script you have to mention, what you have to write, okay? In SRC, I have some subfolder here. In this, I have mentioned script file. Okay. In this script file, just you have to keep first directory. You have to change the directory, and then this directory is where your files I showed you, right? 4 files that is in my subdirectory. So that full path you have to mention here, and this LSL means it will just list the files with which I have given some, you know, pattern here, because my if you have pattern only it will be useful. Okay, I have file names with some pattern, customer underscore file underscore number I'm giving, okay, sequence. So this is my file pattern. So you have to mention file pattern. So I just given the files which is coming, which is start with customer. So those files has to load here, okay? And you can give like this also, file underscore star dot csv, okay? Like this also you can mention the file pattern, but after customer, I mean starting with customer only I have all files, other files is not there, only data files is having customer, starting with customer in my folder. So if you wanna mention pattern, exactly this is the pattern, okay? And same thing you can even mention in the batch file. This is we use when we are using Windows environment. So here you have to first off the echo off, and then you have to go same directory, and in directory, if you wanna list the files, you have to give like this. This B is going to give the list files. Okay, file list with this pattern. If it's there, it's just going to list that like LSL. I think everybody understood that. You just pass this into the command and you have to run this. Okay, this is two ways I have explained. One is by passing command and another one is by passing list file. But we have another one also, that is add bundles. Okay, that is actually little bit complex one. I don't recommend that method, so I'm not going to say, I mean, I'm not going to show that in this video, because using these two methods only very easy. That method is very, we have to do so many steps. It's not required. We have this right. So go for, select either first one or second one. Thank you. Thank you for watching this video. If you have any doubts, please mention in the comment box. Hi techies, in this video I'm just going to explain one more IICS scenario which is very important for Informatica interview, both for Power Center and also IICS. So if you see here, I have a customer.csv file. Okay, in this I have customer ID, customer name, country and city. So based upon the country value, okay, we have four countries in our data: India, USA and Canada, Russia. Maybe in future we'll get more countries also. So based upon the country, we need to split the data in different files, and that files also we have to give the country names. If you see my target files, Canada.csv, India.csv, Russia.csv, USA.csv, because we got only four countries in our source data. That's why we split it into four files. Maybe in future we'll get some other countries also. We need to generate the files, I mean more files with that country names. So this, we have to generate these files dynamically, because based upon the country, whatever the countries we are getting from the source, based upon that country names, we need to split the data into different target files, and we have to assign that country name to that target file. Okay, so this is I'm going to show you in IICS, like how we can generate this scenario. Okay, how we can generate this target files from customer.csv. Okay, I'm just going to show you in IICS. So if you see my screen, I have customer underscore address.csv file in my SRC folder. Okay, so this is my CSV file. I'm just going to use this as my source file. So I'm just going to open this with Notepad. If you see my data, so this is same data whatever I have explained earlier. Same data, I just kept it here. Okay, the customer ID, customer name, country, city, these are my columns and records whatever I explained earlier in this slide. Same data I just kept. I'm just going to use this as my source file for my IICS mapping. Now I'm just going to IICS here, explore. I'm in test folder and I'm just going to create a new mapping. And in mappings, if you go mappings, I have mapping and create it. So it just created a new mapping. Mapping 2, I'm just giving mapping name underscore data split country wise. So I'm just giving some meaningful name. Now I'm just going to the source. Here in source properties, I'm just going to, first of all, I'm just going to zoom it little bit because you may not see this mapping. Okay, now it's fine, right? Just going little bit up, I'm just scrolling. Okay, so this is my source, and here in source properties I'm just creating connection, flat file connection, and then here single object only. Source type, I'm just going to create an object. So here I'm just giving my customer CSV file. So this customer underscore address dot CSV file I'm just giving here. So this is my source file, whatever I shown. Okay, here formatting option, I'm just going to use here none, and here, you know, comma delimited only, and import from row 1 because we have header right. That's why I'm just using here first data row as 2. Okay, data row starts from second row because we have first row as header, and here I'm just using sorter, okay, for sorting the data country wise. So connection I'm using, sorry, this is target, right? So I'm going to sort here. I'm just going to use here country ascending. Okay, so this is my sorting order. I just define sorting on country field in ascending order. We can take any order, that is not an issue. And now I'm just going to use transaction control here. In transaction control, I'm just using here if field value changes. Okay, this is my condition, transaction control condition, and here which field has changed, country. If country value changes, then commit before. Okay, just going to create a file, separate file for that country, because we sorted, right? So all the country data one by one is just going to show right in the data. So I have first three records as India, and then USA, and then something like Russia. After sorting like this, just assume. Okay, so first three records, first record if you take, that is India record, and second record India record, the country value is not going to change. Third record till third record, fourth record onwards we got Russia, right? Sorry, USA as my fourth record. Okay, that time this country value is going to change, right? So just going to create a new file for that. Okay, if whenever the country name has changed, then it's just going to create a new file. Before that, whatever it's just going to create in one file is just going to commit before. So country wise is just going to split the data by generating a, files, separate files for every time when the value is going to change. It's just going to create a new file for that value. And before file, whatever we like, whatever previous country, that one is just going to close, and it's just going to create a new file if wherever we find wherever it finds a value got changed in the country field. Okay, otherwise just going to continue the transaction. Okay, changed only, then it's just going to create a file before commit, and it's just going to create a new file for, new value. So now that is fine. That's why I have done sorting. Okay, now I'm just going to save that. We'll see in the target how we can, first of all, it just, yeah, it's just saved. Okay, that's fine. So in the target, I'm just going to show you how to create dynamically the file name. Okay, so country wise we require the file name, right? Country name we require the file name. So how we can do that means, in the target, if you see here, we have target. The connection is, I'm just taking flat file connection only, but I'm just going to do for another folder. Okay, I'm just selecting another folder. This connection is for not SRC. In that we have TZT folder. In SRC TZT folder, for that I just created this connection. I'll show you that folder also. I'm in SRC folder. This is TZT. I don't have any files. Okay, so this is the folder I'm going to use. I'll tell you why I use the separate folder for this target also, because I want to show you another file, output file. Okay. So here, if you see object here, when I'm creating new at runtime, I just created new at runtime, not static file. Here use dynamic file name. If you click this, you will get this expression. Here you can even add these fields. These are the incoming fields. I think everybody able to see, right? So I'm just little bit zooming. Okay. So this is country, and here I'm just adding here some CSV file. I'm just appending .csv extension. Okay. So every time it's just going to create a file with this country name and with .csv file. Sorry, .csv extension. So this is how we can create dynamic file very easily in IICS. But in PowerCenter, you will not see this expression and all in target. So that time how you can do means you can keep this one as in the expression, and you can use that field for file name generation. Okay. Okay. I've zoomed it, right? This okay button is not showing. Okay, now it's showing. So you will see here the object country .csv we have appended for that country, right? So this is the file name it's going to generate. Okay, now you understood, right, how we can create dynamic file. So here delimited comma I'm just keeping, and here text qualifier as none, and import row 1. This is fine. So I'm just saving this mapping, and I'm going to run now. If you go to my jobs, it's running now. We'll see. 7 records it has loaded. Processed 7 records. Okay. Success rows. All are success rows only from source and target end. So it's loaded. And now if you see this folder, target folder, TCT folder, we got Canada, India, Russia, and USA. If you see here again, we got another file. This is something output file. This is not expected, right? So in IICS, basically this file is going to be generated by default. Okay, when you use dynamic file. Okay, in target, whenever you use dynamic file option, then it's just going to create this output file. Okay, in this nothing will be there, just header is just going to be there every time. So we'll talk about this one later. First we'll see this canada.csv. So we got Canada record here. Okay, I'll just open this source also. 1 second. First I will open this source file, where it is, this one. So we'll just see comparison. Now I'm going to the target now, TZT folder. In this I have this for Canada and everything. So first I will open this Canada. Okay, so I'll just open in Notepad. So in Canada, if you check here, where it is the Canada record. I'll just zoom it this. Okay. So this is the Canada record 1018. We have only one record with Canada. So that record is just went to the canada.csv file. Okay, this is fine. And india.csv. I'll open this one also in the notepad. Okay, we have three records. Kirti, Deepti, Haima. We'll check this one. So this is my source file, Kirti, Deepti, Haima. Okay, these three are only having country name as India. Okay, this is also fine. And I'm going for russia.csv file. So we got Ali, Russia, Moscow. So this is only the one file. Sorry, one record we have in the source from Russia. And USA, Alex, Seema. We have two records. Okay, we'll check. Yes, we have Alex and Seema from USA, right? So as it is expected, it's just created here. And now if you see this output file, we have only, you know, header. Because of this, we'll not have only one particular time we have to consider, we have to bother about this. Like every time when we are running this, it's just going to create with some other name again with output one underscore. Again, this one next value is going to change and dot out something. It's just going to create a new file every time when we run. Okay, that time memory usage is just going to use lot of memory, right? Every time when the product in production this job is running, every time it's just going to create a new output unnecessary file. So only that time only we have to bother about this file. Okay, so for that we cannot stop generating this file, because before starting this session I've just done a lot of research on this. Because for me only just creating this output file, I am done anywhere wrong, something like that. I just rechecked every video, like I just gone through a lot of videos in the YouTube about this dynamic file, dynamic file creation and all. That time I just went to lot of videos of this dynamic generation in YouTube, and also I have researched in a lot of sites and all. They have this output file for them also. The output file, like the extra output file is just going to generate, but they no one is talking about this output file. So I just went to some IICS networking and all, like we have some communities, right? So there also I have checked. So I got an answer, like by default, whenever we are using dynamic file, this is going to be generate this file. So we cannot stop. There is no solution for this without generating this file. We cannot do dynamic file. Okay, we cannot create dynamic file. Okay, so this is default. By default IIC is creating. So but my question is, if every time it's just creating, right, with new file. So I'll just show you, it's just creating. You got a doubt, right? It's just going to create every time or not. I'll just rerun this mapping again. Okay, so it's completed. Now you check this folder. I have Canada, India, Russia, USA. These CSVs replaced because we have same name, right? But if you see output files, it's showing two now. Okay, this one is, I think, previous one. This is now it's generated based on the timestamp. You can say this is new file. Okay, so nothing is there here. Also, if you see, only customer header is there. Okay, so in this we have only header. So there is no point to generate, or we are not using these files anywhere. Okay, by keeping this one, only memory wastage. So I thought, is there any way to keep at least same file name every time it's just going to generate like that? Okay, like every time it's generating now different file names with output one underscore something dot out. Okay, this middle value is going to change, but different files is just going to generate. So I have done one POC, like how we can change this value. Okay, I mean every time. Now I'm just going to show you every time only one file name is just going to create, so that it just going to replace that file, earlier file. Okay, so I'm just giving one file name here for that. Okay, extra file here only, whatever we are giving here, it's just going to take this file name. Okay, we have advanced, right? In advanced, in the target we have advanced. Okay, below of this connection we have advanced. Here we have output file name. So if you give any file name here, then it's just going to take this file name for that output file. Okay, extra output file is just going to generate with this name. So I'll show you. I don't know, I'm not getting run option. Okay, I'll refresh it. I think IICS server a little bit slow. So my file name, it's there, the change is there. Okay, dummy.txt. Before that, I'm just going to delete this. Okay, I don't want these files. Now it's just going to run. I'm just running this. Okay, so 7 records, it's loaded. Okay, processor 7 records, and we'll check here. Now if you see this, we got dummy.txt instead of some output file name. We got whatever we have given, that file name we have given. So every time when you run this, it's just going to create with this same file name. Okay, so now I'm just going to run one more time this mapping. We'll see just with the same name is just generating or not. I'll show you. Okay, yeah, if you see, it's completed. Now if you refresh this, so same file names we have, so it just generated with the dummy.txt only. If you see dates, you will understand. Okay, all are generated with second time also with dummy.txt only. So this is how we can generate that output file, extra output file every time with the same name. Now there will not be any problem, just one file will be there and only header it will have. Okay, every time this is going to be generated with dummy.txt only. So already if existed, then it's just going to replace this file. Okay, so if you don't want this file also, then in the post session commands you can keep some rm space hyphen f and the complete path of this file if you give, and file name. Okay, if you give that in the post session commands, then you can delete this one also. Right now I can't show you because I'm using trial version. Somehow it's not working in the trial version, the post session commands deleting this. And if you are using Windows, then you use the del command. Earlier one is that is for rm hyphen f is for, you know, for Linux or Unix environment. If you are using for Windows, you can use the del and complete a folder path and file name. If you mention in that command, then it's just going to delete this dummy.txt file. Even you can write that, I mean you can keep this command in the script and you can use in the command task also after this mapping. If you want to do after mapping completion, if you want to delete this one, or somewhere like after completing all jobs you want to delete this dummy.txt, then you can, you know, keep in that script and you can call in the command task. Thank you for watching. If you have any doubts, please mention in the comments.
Hi guys, in this video I'm going to cover one more option, a flow run order in IICS. I'll show you one scenario in whatever I faced in my project, whatever I got in my project. I'm just going to explain here clearly. Suppose I have it two tables. One is customer dim. This is one of the dimension table, and salary dim. This is one of the dimension table. And customer dim is a parent table for salary dim table. So if the ID exists in the customer table, that ID is going. That ID only if we insert in the salary dim table. If it's existed in the customer dim table, then only it is going to insert in the salary dim table. This is a foreign key relationship. If you see here, there is a foreign key relationship on this first parent table ID on column ID. So now in data integration, how we can load means I have two mappings sorry, I have two flows in this mapping. One is to load to the, flat file data is loading to the customer dim table, and another flow is the salary flat file is going to load to the salary dim table. Okay. Um, these are the different two flows. If I run this, which one will execute first? We don't know, right? So first for our need, we need first to execute this customer flow, because there is a foreign key relationship. The ID is existed in the customer table only. It's going to insert in the salary table. First it will execute it. Otherwise, if we execute this one, none of the records is going to store in the, insert in the salary table, because it's not existed in the customer table. So in this scenario, what we have to do means, in Informatica, we have flow and order option here. So if you see here, there is two flows, right? Two targets we have. So like this, we have two flows. Here, as per Informatica, right now we can see the first is going to execute by customer dim table only, and the second flow is going to execute second. So there is no confusion here because it's in the same flow. Suppose if we have the salary flow above and the customer dim table below, means it will execute first salary flow and customer in next customer dimension table.
If you wanna change, then you just click like this. Okay, up and down you can adjust. Now we need customer dim table only to execute first. So this flow I'm going to keep it here first, and second salary one. Okay, so just save it.
Yeah, thank you for watching the video. Bye bye. Hi techies, I hope all are doing well. In this video, I'm going to cover how to convert a relational data into hierarchical data format. So my source will be the relational data and my target will be the JSON format or XML format. So first of all, before working with this scenario, like how we can convert relational data into hierarchical data, you just have to know two transformation and one component. The two transformations are hierarchy builder transformation, and another one is hierarchy parser transformation. And hierarchy schema is the component in IICS which will create a skeleton of hierarchy structure. If you give a sample JSON file, it will convert into hierarchy structure. So it just create one skeleton. So this hierarchy schema we are going to use in hierarchy builder and hierarchy parser transformation. Hierarchy builder is a transformation in IICS that converts relational data into hierarchy data. Means it's table data to JSON or XML format. If you wanna do same thing vice versa, then hierarchy parser. It will convert hierarchical data JSON or XML into a relational data. Okay. So today in this video I'm just going to cover hierarchy builder transformation, because if you know hierarchy builder transformation, it's easy to work hierarchy parser because it's the same, just a source and target is going to change vice versa. The common thing is hierarchy schema. This is the component we use for both hierarchy builder and hierarchy parser. This will create a skeleton of hierarchy structure. For this, you have to give the sample file when you are creating this hierarchy schema. So it will just create the JSON format or XML format. And now I'm just gonna show you my table. So I'm using Snowflake database. Here I have it customer table. In this customer table I have ID and name. This is the relational fields I have. So this data I'm going to uh, create as convert as a JSON format. So for this I'm going to do one mapping in the IICS. So I'm going to create a new mapping. So this is my source. My source will be a relational table. So I'm going to take Snowflake connection and also the customer table. Key test is my database in the Snowflake which I have created, and the test is the schema in Snowflake, and in that I have customer table. So I'm taking this customer table. So first of all, you have to create hierarchy schema component before using this hierarchy builder transformation. You can see hierarchy parser also, but now we are using hierarchy builder only. Before that, you have to create hierarchy schema. So just go to new components. Here you can see hierarchy schema transformation. Create it. So hierarchical schema for, I'm giving name customer. Okay. So location we have to give, where we need to save this. I'm giving test folder only. And the sample file, I told you, right, we have to give sample JSON file. So it will create a structure skeleton for hierarchy. I have some sample JSON file. So you can see this. I'm giving this sample JSON file. The format is like this: ID and name. This is the sample file I have in my local machine. So just validate it. This is the correct JSON file. I want to show you that one also. Where is my JSON file? Sample JSON file. Yes. Yeah, this is the format I need the data. So this is the JSON format. So the sample format I'm giving like this, it's going to create an hierarchy. Okay. And save it. Okay. Now I'm going to the mapping and I'm creating this hierarchy builder transformation. And first of all, I'm going to give target also. I'm giving some Flatwell connection. And here I'm going to give the file name. I'm going to create new at runtime because I don't have any file now. And I'm going to give ff underscore ff means flat file customer and dot json. This is the file I'm going to give, file name I'm going to give. It will create at runtime. I don't have that file in my local machine. It will create automatically and save. And in the formatting options, delimited fixed width. These are, I'm going to give none for text qualifier. Okay, save it. So in incoming fields, you are seeing ID and name, which is coming from source table. Okay. In output settings, you can see schema. Here you have to select hierarchical schema, which we have created now for customer. Okay. And in field mapping, you can see ID and name, but there is no relational fields because it's disconnected here, the link. Okay, now you can see ID and name. You just have to map the source field names to the hierarchy fields. You can see this is the hierarchy transform, I mean hierarchy schema created this structure ID and name. So as per the sample file which we have given in the hierarchical schema, so this is the tags ID and name, and these are coming from the database table fields. These are the, so I'm just mapping this from here to here by dragging like this. Okay, so I'm just mapping the fields, source fields to the target fields and save it. And here in target also the link disconnected, again create it. Okay, now run it. Go to my jobs. Okay, I have filter here. Okay, it's running. Mapping 6. So you can see success rows, target rows. It's successfully completed. You can see status success. So we'll just go and check the target data. So the target file name is ff underscore customer and dot JSON. So this is the output which is given in the JSON format file only, which we have given in schema. I mean hierarchy schema, the sample file we have given in the same format. It's just created for two records uh, it's created. Okay, one is one Kirti and ID 2 and Kirti. But here this output we are getting extra, which I haven't given in the schema structure. So for this, what we have to do to which we don't want means sorry, go to this mapping 6, our mapping here in the target. Have to keep no header, something like this. Yeah, here header option is there, right? So it is giving default as output the header. So we just create no header. I'm giving no header here, so it will not create any output header in the target file, as it is how we can how we have given in the sample data file. Like that only it will create it. I'm just running one more time after saving that. It's running. So success. If you see here, the customer JSON, see there is no have output header on top as it is, or however we have given same like that it has given the output as per the JSON sample file. Okay. Yeah, thank you for watching this video, and just try for hierarchy parser transformation also, which is same, it's just vice versa. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for watching.
Hi guys, in this video I'm going to show you how to create a customized header if your target will be a flat file, like whatever we are getting from the source file or the source query, that field names if you don't want to see in your target file, the you want some different header fields, so how we can generate those in IICS, like customized header I'll show you today. Basically we can do it in the expression transformation also by renaming the field names which we are getting from the source. Those we can create one output variable, and that variable we are going to populate in the target as a field name, but we have to exclude that whatever the fields we are getting from source, and we are going to include the new fields which we are going to created in the expression that we are going to send into the target. That is very lengthy process, so for every output field you need to create one
every field which you are sending to the target. For every field, if you want to rename that, you have to create one output port, and that is very lengthy process. Now I'm going to show you very easy manner how we can generate target header, customized target header. Now I'll show you the one example. Now one scenario I'm taking here. My source file is having student information with header, roll number, student name and class. This is my header, and these are the these three fields are there in the my source file. And I'm having this is the data like class. If you see here, I have sixth, sorry, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th. These are the different classes I have. Those students information I have in this source file. But when I'm going to create a target, I'm just going to populate only 7th class student information. I want only these three fields information, whichever I have highlighted, only who are studying 7th class. Those information only I'm going to populate in my target file, and with different header. You see roll number as I'm going to rename this one as a 7th class roll number, because anyhow in the target I'm going to keep only 7th class information. So I'm going to keep it like this, 7th class roll number, and student name I'm going to create as a 7th class student name. And the class I'm going to exclude, because only 7th class information I'm going to create. So this is this column I need to exclude, and the third one, and I need to rename the remaining two columns with this columns, right? So this is my requirement. Now I'm going to show you how we can do it. But one thing I just wanna tell you, like who is working with the Salesforce. Like if your source will be a Salesforce, at the time you will not have an option to alias in a select query, like field names you cannot alias that, because in Salesforce I think we don't have that option. If you use like select field name as alias name, it will give error, it will not execute. So at the time we have to do manually. In expression level we need to change, if you want header change in the target file, or whatever I am going to show you, this option we can use. So please watch till the end. This is very easy method, you don't need to create anything in the expression level. So I'm going to create one mapping now. So my connection is flat file connection. So here I wanna show you like what is my source file. This is the source file what I have explained in the Excel. Same source data I'm keeping here as a CSV file. So I'm going to use this file as my source file. So I'm going to select that file. One second, I'm going to close this one. Sometimes it is going to it is not going to show you if you are open that file. So this is the one I'm going to use as my source. And I'm going to use filter here to populate only 7th class information. I'm going to add a filter on class. So I'm going to use class as a string, you can see here. So I'm going to give 7 here in the quotes because it's a string type, and I'm going to save. I just wanna check like in source we are taking as in CSV or not. So delimited is a CSV, comma delimited here, flat file type is delimited and comma, and I'm going to take as none, double quotes I'm not giving for a text qualifier. Like if you are passing a string data type fields, so it will give double quotes if you are specifying this here. So import row import from row, I'm giving 1. From first row itself it is going to import, and data row will be second because first row it will be a header. Now in target I'm going to create again flat file. Usually it will be like source will be either it will be a flat file or a database, it will work. But Oracle we can even rename these files field names with in select a command, like by using as select a field name as alias name, like that we can rename the field names. But after some time, like if you are generating some new fields through sequence generator, or like some expression transformation, if you are creating somewhere some new fields in other transformation, at the time like you whatever we are getting source, that is fine. But whenever you are creating here those field names also, if you want to rename at the target level, in target, when before passing to the target, if you want to rename any field name, so this option is very best option. And this will be useful for Salesforce people, like who is working source as a Salesforce. Now I'm going to create operation is insert only, so I'm going to select the object now. I'm going to create a file. So create new at runtime. I'm going to create a static file. So I'm going to give 7th class data. So this is my CSV file. So this is my file name, 7th class data.csv. I'm going to click OK. Now I'm going to whatever incoming fields are there, those I'm going to exclude one, because here the class field this is coming from source, right? I'm not going to keep in the target, so I'm going to exclude this one. So I'm going to add one more action here. So this is for exclude. I'm going to exclude this class field, so you will get only 2 fields. And I'm going to check, like in target advanced options, delimiter is flat file only, flat file delimited only, and delimiter is comma. And here I'm going to give none, because text qualifier, I don't want to keep it in double quotes, and everything is fine. I'm just going to save this. I'm going to run now. So see here only 3 records came, because we have only 3 records with the 7th class. Only this 3 records from source. This one 1 3 1 4 1 5. Now we'll see in the data. This is the target file with the 7th class data. So here you can see roll number, student name, only one field, 2 fields we got because we excluded class. Yeah, the same name whatever we are getting from the source, that same header field we are getting, like roll number and student name. Now I want different header. I don't want this 2. As I told, I want like this 7th class roll number, 7th class student name. So at the time what we have to do, so go to mapping 3 here, go to mapping 3. So here go to target, advanced. Here you can see output field names is there, header options as output field names. So whatever coming from this filter before transformation of this target, whatever the transformation will be there, whatever the fields in the transformation, those field names is going to populate in the target if you give this option. Now I'm going to use header command output. This option I am going to use. So whatever the command here we are going to give, that is going to take as an header. So I'm going to use echo, right, echo. So it's like a print in the Linux or Unix. So I'm going to use echo command here to print my header. So what you want, I'm going to keep these names only. So 7th class roll number, first field is 7th class roll number, and my second field is 7th class student name. So comma, and I'm giving this one 7th class student name. So everything is right. Yes. Echo space my field names, whatever I want to populate that header name I'm giving here with commas, in commas. Now I'm going to save. Now I'm going to run one more time. One second, I forgot. I need to close this one because it will fail. If you open target file or source file, 0 records will come. It will fail. But I already triggered. Let's see. Yes, it succeeded. We'll see the data got populated or not. Yes, you can see here 7th class roll number, 7th class student name, same whatever we want, same header, customized header, it's populated here. So like this you can do it. It's very easy. And one more thing I want to show you, like this we have header option, whatever we have done, that is for header, right? So same thing we have for footer also. If you want to give footer command, then you can give it here. So like this it will work. So if you wanna change footer, then you can give here. If you wanna print something in the footer. Yeah, thanks for watching this video, and if anybody is not subscribed my channel, subscribe for more updates and more videos. And hi guys, in this video I'm going to cover how to create dynamic file in IICS, and by appending the timestamp to your file. We are using static file with the same name. If you are running today, yesterday last run file is going to replace with this today's file. So like that, if you don't want and you want every time a fresh file name by appending a timestamp, so at the time how we can generate in IICS, I'll show you today. So let's watch it. Now I'm in the data integration, and I'm in the test folder, and I'm going to create a new mapping. So I'm creating one mapping for flat file load. So source also, mine is flat file. I'm taking as a flat file, and I'm taking some sample file source, and then I'm going to create one expression, pass-through expression. I'm not giving any names here. If you want, just give the meaningful names to every transformation for source, expression and target. And here I'm just going to create one more field. These are the incoming fields here from the source. These are the incoming fields, class, roll number, student name. Apart from that, I am going to create one more file name, sorry, file, another port, output field. This is output port. I am going to create another port with name, file name. So I am giving 100 precision, so string and 100. So here I am going to configure the logic. Just I am giving my file name. Suppose I want some lead. Lead is my file name, and I'm going to append a timestamp for this. So I'm giving pipe. So here I am giving 2char. You can see, if you don't know the functions, then you can see here the system variables are there, and parameters, built-in functions, user defined functions. I'm going to built-in functions. Now I want to convert system date to um, some format, date format. So I'm going to the functions like date functions what we have. So you can see this is the 2char. So I'm just converting the date to the character. So here you have to give the date. I'm giving this date. This is nothing but system date, and we have session start date also, like whenever you are mapping started that date, it is going to store in the session start date. I'll show you where it will be. Here you can see system variables. Here you can see session start date, says start date, and system date, sys date. The difference between the session start date and sys date is, sys date means whenever your file is going to create, at the time, the whatever the time and whatever the date it is going to take. And here session start time is nothing but whenever your mapping task is started, mapping is started, that time, the starting time of the mapping is going to store in this variable. So you can use either sys date or session start date, and the format you have to give here, like which format you are going to append. So I'm going to, sorry, we have to give in the single quotes, mmdd y and sec mean I'm giving hours hh24. So and appending mi minutes and ss seconds. This is I'm going to append to this lead, this is string. So a concatenation, I'm using the pipe symbol, and to convert the state into the character, just giving this 2char function. I'm using this, and the format, this is the format, like in which format we need date. So I'm just going to validate this. So it's valid, expression is valid. And I forgot to add, like .csv. I'm going to create this file with extension .csv. So I'm giving here .csv in quotes. So this will also I'm going to append. So this is my file name. So every time when it is generating based on the sysdate or session start date, it is going to append to lead, and my file type is .csv. I appended here. This is the logic I have written in this expression. And now in target, I'm going to create again flat file connection. So go to the target. Here you can see I have lots, so I'm just taking one connection here, flat file connection, and here I'm going to select dynamic file. So here existing is their target object. We have two. Existing means already if the file has existed, you want to use that file, then you have to give existing, so it will show in that path, in that connection path, whatever the files is there, it is showing here. Just you have to select that file. And if you want to create a file at runtime, so the file name you want to create at runtime, you have to click create in new at runtime, create new at runtime, and this is the formatting options, like which format you want, comma delimited or tab, colon, all this the delimiters, and in that format only it is going to generate. And text qualifier, if you give none, if suppose it's a string, it will not give in quotes, it will not give in quotes. If select a single quote, then if it's a string, then it will give in a quote. And if double quotes means the string value will see in the file in double quotes. And you can give any escape characters you want to skip, and okay. And here the static file name is there. Basically, sorry, I forgot to tell you. Basically, if you are like you don't want to create a dynamic file, like every time you want the same name, the file name will be same name whenever it run. Whenever it run, at the time you have to give here the static file name, so it is not going to change in the name itself, it's a static, you can see. And if you want to use for dynamic, click on dynamic file generation. So here you can see we have the fields, and here expression is there. So what you have to create the whatever you want, like how with these fields, if you wanna do any concatenation, we can do it here also. But I'm just adding that file name port here, can see the file name. So I'm just adding, and I'm just clicking here exclude dynamic file name field, because exclude dynamic file name field means this file name port is there, right? So this is I'm just using for generating this file name. So I don't want this file name port, this port in target, like in with all fields. This file name is also going to generate in the target file, but I don't want this field in the target. I just using for file name generation. Then you have to click here this one, so it will exclude this file name in your target file, so this data will not see in the file content. Now just click validate, the expression is valid, and click OK, and then save it. It's valid, so I'm going to run this one. Go to my jobs. I have 3 records. Let's see how many records are going to load. It's in queue state. Now it's running. So 3 records are there. It's loaded successfully. Now I'm going to check in my path, like it's generated or not. Target file path, you can see here the lead is my file name, and with the timestamp mmdd yy I have given, so same format, and here hh 24, so 24 hours it is taking. Right now it's 23, means it's 11 49 and 42. 49 is semi and 42 is seconds. So like this it's going to create, but you can identify here CSV file is not given here because it's in Windows, it's not showing here, but here you can see type, it's a comma delimited, comma separated value file. In this file you can see here, but if it's Linux or Unix, here you can see with extension .csv. Yeah, clear. So if next time you will run, we'll see one second, we'll see first content. It should not having the file name. See here, roll number is there, student name, class. This is my sample fields. I mean, in the file, whatever the fields I have, those fields only it's loaded. And the file name field here, the column with file name, it's not there because whenever we are generating that, we have checked that exclude the file name. So that field we are selecting for only processing the file name. So because of that it's not included here. If you are not checked that here, like I'll show you what I'm talking. Sorry, in the select, if you are not check this exclude dynamic file name field, exclude dynamic file name field, if you are not check this file name is also be there in that file content. So this is the one. I'm going to run one more time. So we'll see date has changed or not, dynamic file is generating or not. We'll see date will be the same, but timestamp time will change. It is going to create another file, it will not replace with the previous file. So you can see here late with new file is there, 52 and 59 is the file. Okay, thanks for watching this video, and please subscribe it if anybody has not subscribed, and share the contents if anybody is preparing for the interviews. And these are very important, because if you are having real time experience, if you are working on daily jobs and monthly jobs, while creating these things, like this scenario is very important. They will ask this question, because how you will append, how you will see yesterday's data, yesterday's file, like that they will ask. So you have to explain these things. Thank you so much for watching this video. Bye bye.
Hi guys, today I'm going to show you how to create a sample mapping in IICS, and how to create an MCT, and how to create a task flow, and how to create a custom email notification for success of your task and failure of your task, so that you can know, like, if the job has failed in the production, so you will get email notification. If your job has succeeded, then you will get email notification, so that you can understand today jobs are succeeded or failed. This is the usage of custom email notification. So now we'll go for to create the sample mapping in IICS. I just wanna
tell one thing. In last session, I have told you how to install. I mean how to get the free trial version of IICS. But when before running these jobs, you have to install secure agent that will be in the admin. I'll show you that one also. Like I'm in the data integration. So go to administrator. Here you can see runtime environment. Here I have installed already, but if you wanna get in your system, then you have to do download secure agent. So it will give before you are downloading that. If you click on this, you will get one token also in that pop-up window. So keep it that token after installing. Just after downloading it, whenever you are installing that, it will ask that install token. That one you have to give. If you forgot to save, then again here you can see generate install token is there. Again you have to generate and you have to give that token there. Then only secure agent is going to install. After installing, you have to wait some time to up all the services. You can see, you click on this agent, you can see, sorry, here you can see the service names, mass ingestion, common integration components, data integration. So these are the services it is going to provide when you install this. This is in the fail state or running state. So wait for some time. If you get this green checkbox, then only you can start running on your jobs. So before that, if you run also, it's going to be failed. Just wait for some time after installing that. And now I'm going to show you how to create some sample mapping in IICS so that you can understand how to create the mappings and MCTs. And here we can call it MCT or MT, mapping task or mapping configurable task. It's nothing but a session in PowerCenter, and a task flow is nothing but workflow in PowerCenter. So the naming conventions are a bit different in IICS. Going to in data integration module, and these are the folder I just created. If you wanna create a folder, then go to here new project, then you give some name, so that the folder is going to create for your project or for your particular things. So now I just created one sample test. So here no mappings are there, and I'm going to create a mapping. So go to here new mapping, and I'm going to create. So here my source and target automatically came in IICS. So usually in PowerCenter we need to create this structure here, but it's giving a skeleton here. Now I'm going to I already created one flat file connection in admin, and I'm just using that. And here I'm going to select object. Already I have just created one sample file. So this is the sample CSV I just created. Student is the sample CSV. So I just selected that file, and I'm going to save it. And we can add expression also here. Just pass through expression I'm going to add. If you want to add some transformation, some logic, you can add it here. These are the transformations we have. Target also I'm going to give some flat file connection only. I haven't created any database connection because this is the trial version, right? We can create it, but right now I haven't downloaded any database to give that connection. So I'm just giving a flat file only. So if we have multiple objects, if you want, then you can give here. If you want to use parameter, then you can parameterized value. Then you can give parameter here, and I'm going to select an object. So right now I haven't created any target file, so I'm just going to here we can see existing, create new, at runtime. These two options are there. So existing, if you give, then the file should be there in that path. But if we are not giving that, then if you wanna create a new one at runtime, then we have to give the name here. This is very important. This is the if we wanna create a file at runtime, this option you have to select create new at runtime. The static file name you can give, or a dynamic file name you can give. And if you wanna handle some special characters, you have to check this. And if you wanna use some dynamic file name, you have to give, then check this. Then this will give fields, and you can write some expression I'm just going to use existing, sorry, create new one with a static file name. I'm not going to give any dynamic file name. And here formatting options is there, same like PowerCenter, comma delimiter. You have to select which delimiter, in which delimiter you are going to create a target file. And the text qualifier means none. If you give, if it's a string, nothing will give. If it's a string, then single quotes means the fields will be the data or field header, everything will come in the quotes. And double quotes means double quotes it will give. And escape characters also you can give here. Now I'm going to use only the static file name. Sorry, use I'm not checking anything here, so it will take static file name. Now I'm going to give some student target sample. This is my file I'm just giving. So I'm saving this. This is valid mapping. So I'm just going to run. So if you are not installing secure agent in your local machine, if you are using trial version, then it will not run. So mine is running because I installed that. And you can see the rows processed is 3, it's success. Now I'm going to add MCT. MCT is nothing but a session in Informatica PowerCenter. So here I'm going to create a MCT for this mapping. So I'm going to create a mapping task. So here you can see maplets also there, Taskflow is there, components are there. Components if watch file watcher, file listener, these things, hierarchical schema, some other components also there. Okay, now we are going to create a mapping task. In tasks it's there, and I'm going to create a sample mapping task. You wanna give some description about what is doing this mapping task, you can give here. And location of the folder, this one sample test, and runtime I'm going to give what is my agent, and mapping I'm just going to select my mapping here, whatever I have created right now. So these are the pre and post commands, you know, right? Pre-processing commands, post-processing commands. If you are doing any cleansing, or if you are doing anything in Unix level, we can use this here. You can call, you can keep some Unix commands here. So we have some advanced session options also, like if you wanna see, we have different options here. If suppose you want to send some error log file into some other directory, then you can use these things: error log type, error log file directory, error log file name. Default things, we wanna change the directory where we are going to create error log file, and error log file name, I mean with specified name, whatever we want, that file name if you wanna give, then you can select these options. So stop on errors, different options are there, just go and explore it. But right now I'm not adding anything. And push down optimization also there options. If you know, right, standard if you keep, then it will not give detail row information. If you add verbose, means if anything like failure cases, it will give detail, like in which record if we got the error, what is that, everything row by row it will give. So log will become more size if you give verbose. So I'm not giving, just I'm giving. This will do when the debugging time, if any error will be there. Normally we'll give standard only because it will save the memory. Here you can give, if any have a parameter file, the directory you can give, and the file name. If you are passing any parameter using parameter file, then you can give these details here. Okay, I'm just giving finish. Now mapping task also created. I'm just going to run. It's running or not. So 3 records are loaded. So it's working fine. Now I'm going to create a task flow. And which folder we have right now? Yes, sample test. Now here I'm going to create one more task flow. So if you use linear task flow, then your decisions you cannot, decision task you cannot keep. If you use task flow, then if you are doing some custom handling, error handling, like if it's failed, you are going to send email notification. If you are doing any custom error handling, then the task flow is better instead of linear task flow. So I'm going to create a task flow here, and here I'm going to create a data task. And data task is for to call some synchronization task or mapping task. So I'm going to create a mapping task 2 from the sample test. So I'm added that. I'm giving some data task name as dt underscore some sample mapping task. Okay, it's not taken. One more time I will try. dt underscore sample task. So I'm just saving. Now it's giving. Here you can see. So and the data task, you can see here data task, mapping task 2. The mapping task it is showing here, sample test. And now I'm going to show you how to handle the failure scenarios. Like if you are going to do some custom handling, error handling, if it's failed, then you can see on error option is there here in error handling. If you just click on this data task, then these options will come. So in that error handling, you can see this suspended task flow is selected right now by default. I am going to keep custom handling, so it will create like this. This symbol is nothing but throw. So if it's failed, then this flow is going to execute. Here we can do some we can add some mail notification task, or if it's a failed, whatever you want to execute that task you can create in this flow. And for success, you can see in above, this is the success, and first is that success. So here if you wanna do any further any tasks, if you wanna add, you can add it in the success flow. Now I'm going to add one more task. So if it's success, I'm going to add one email notification task. So you will get a mail if it's a success. So I'm giving some name as a success email notification. The name of this task. Oh, it's not taken again. I'm giving again. Success email. Normally they will give NT as the prefix for notification task. And now I'm going to end. I'm not going to add anything in this flow. So here you can see end will be there. This is the end. So I'm just going to end this flow. And now for failure, I'm going to add one more email notification task here. You click on this, you can get notification task. So here I'm going to add one more email notification task for failure, nt underscore failure notification task, failure email task. I will give email task. Okay, so I'm going to save this. So success, then this flow, and failure, then go to this flow. Now everything is fine. Now I'm going to show you. I'm going to drag this one above so that you can clearly see. Okay. Now for success task, I'm going to add email. So here you can give the list of emails whom you wanna send if it's success. So I'm giving my mail ID here. If you have multiple, then you can give comma and then give some other emails also, but I have only one ID, so I'm giving only one. And in the email subject, like what email subject you wanna mention, then that email subject you have to give. Here email CC also there, like whatever the option we have in the emails, those options here it's displaying. So email CC is nothing but like whoever not required that much, only the managers or something, they will not run, I mean they will not work on this, right? So they have to know just the load has failed or not. So for them, like mostly managers will keep in CC. And email subject I am going to give, this is for success, right? So success email notification, I'm just giving task flow 1 success email. You can see here with this one also there. If you type anything, you can get even error also. Email notification, task flow 1 success email. So I'm just giving here HTML. If you are not giving HTML, then that body will come with tags, HTML tags. So I'm going to give body here in edit content, and you have to give like hi team, data task has failed. The data task name also have to mention. I'm not mentioning because which data task has failed, people has to know, so that you have to give data task name also. So I'm just giving data task has succeeded, because it's a success mail, right? Succeeded today. I'm just going to add some more fields also, like how many source rows are succeeded, and how many target rows are succeeded, how many target rows are failed. Those things I have to mention here. So you can see here in the output parameters, under data task, we have these custom fields. Like these are inbuilt in IICS, so you can see success source rows is there, how many rows are read successfully from the source, and success failed rows will be there, another one where it is success failed rows, yes, failed success rows. This one will be failed success rows. If anything failed in the, I mean reading any row is failed, the count is going to show here. And I'm going to add target also. Task ID is nothing but for every task there will be one ID. In dev one ID will be there, and QA it's different, again prod it's different, but every time when you run this task, then this ID will not change in dev. So if dev will be given one ID, and production for the same job, if you migrate to QA, it will change. But in QA, whenever you run this task, that ID will be creating is same. Basically, this ID will be useful when error log has generated. So defaultly for error log, it will create with this task ID name. So if you wanna find out that error log belongs to which task, then you can see this task ID. But right now I'm not going to take this task ID here. I'm just going to add success rows, success target rows, and failed target rows. So where is this success target rows? This one will be the success target rows, and failed target rows I'm going to add here in the down, and also I'm going to add start time, end time, so that how much time it has taken to run this task, so that we can see. sorry, it's successful is coming again, so that we can see how much time it has taken to run this task. And end time will be here, so how much time it will take to run. So I'm just giving the same thing in the description to identify what is this. It just gives the count to add like this, so I'm just giving the description also what is this. So I'm just giving failed rows also I'm adding here. Success target rows and failed target rows, and starting end time. And I'm going to give thanks. The team name I'm going to give Informatica Integration Team. Okay, so I'll see one more time. It's, yeah, here it's there. Okay, and save this. Now I'm going to create for failure also same. So I'm giving my mail ID here, and here in the content you have to give failure message. Email subject you have to give the email subject you have to give failure, to give data task no, I'm giving task flow 1 has failed. So I'm going to edit the content. Same thing, hi data task has failed. And I'm going to add some audit columns also, same like failure, but here I'm not going to add audit columns because at the failure time mostly you will not get the values for the success rows and target rows. So, success target rows, success failed rows, sorry, in target rows, success source rows. For that you will not get values, so it's no use if we keep that one. So I'm just going to add the error fault code here. So I'm just adding the fault code. It will give the number of fault code number, fault number, and reason, fault reason I'm going to add. And detail, so I'm going to add this one also. Oh, it's came here now. I'm going to cut this one. add here all detail. So detail it will give what is the exception. So I'm giving thanks Informatica integration team. And you can see here error message also there, but it is like if in your code if you have any errors, then only it will useful. But if suppose if you have anything, any error in data, like if you are not expecting that type of data, then it is not reading, or it is not inserting into the target, then that time the fault will be there, then we have to use these things. But mostly errors will come at the time of development, uh, because after development, after running that successfully, after completion of your testing of that work, that mapping task and all, so mostly you will not get the error. So it's error message, I'm not mentioning here because of that. If in production, like if you are getting any unexpected data at the time, it is going to fail, so it will come here in the fault code and fault reason. um, so I'm just adding these things. If you wanna add, you can add that error message also. So I'm just saving that. So it's valid here, you can see. Now I'm just going to run this one. We'll see. First it has to come success mail. So it's running here. It succeeded. You can see here in my jobs, you can see this, and here you can see the mapping task. It's 3 rows are succeeded, and in source success rows are 3, errors are 0. Target success rows are 3, errors are 0. So same thing you have to get in your mail also. Like where is my mail? I'm just refreshing it. So here you can see the subject Taskflow unsuccessful email, and data has the body, it has generated here, and source rows it's given 3, fail rows 0, fail source rows, target success target rows 3, and fail target rows 0, and start time, at what time the task has started and what time it has ended, data task. That information you will get like this in the mail. Suppose if your loads are like running daily, no need to go check and monitor that the job has loaded or not. So if it's failed, succeeded, you will get the mails like this. So this is the advanced option. Now I'm going to see failure email notification also, it's working or not. Just I'm going to mapping task, I'm going to fail this one manually. Internally I'm going to fail this, so that what I'm adding just in the post session commands, or pre-processing commands or post-processing commands, you can keep exit one. Normally if any unix command failed, whatever here mentioned, at the time it will come with the code exit one. So I'm just giving directly here without giving any comments. So it is going to fail now. Now I'm going to run again the task 4. I'm going to my jobs. What happened? It's not okay. I was in my jobs only. I was in last time whatever executed there in that path I was there. I'm just going to refresh it. Already it ran now. You can say 2 runs. Now I'm going to see it got failed or not. Yes, the mapping task has failed. Now you can see this task flow is going to success because we are doing error handling. So if it's failure scenario also we are handling with some task, like we are sending email. So because of that it is giving success. If you are not handling if you are not handling that error, then you will get here the status has failed, task flow status. But here you can see only mapping has failed here with into mark, and failure after failing this flow has executed. So failure email notification task is succeeded, you can see here. So now I'm going to see my mail now. Yes, in my mail I got task flow 1 has failed. So here you can see this is coming with tags because we haven't checked there with HTML. I'll show you that. So this is the difference. Here you can see for failure email notification we checked it plain text. That's why you are seeing the HTML tags in my mail body. Now I'm just going to give HTML, and one more time I'm going to run. That is the difference for plain text and HTML. When you select the plain text, it will come with all HTML tags. Now I'm just going to run this mapping one more time. So task flow I'm running one more time. Basically you can see someone is running, you can see these things in monitor. If you are running, then you can see in the my jobs in integration only, data integration. But if you are someone is ran the jobs you want to see, then you can go for monitor. Here only whatever I am running, those I can able to see. So you can see again it's failed. Now I'm going to check uh, in my mail whether I got tried. Yes, I got it. So task 1 has failed. This is earlier message. Now see here, earlier message, all tags are there. Same thing it has displayed, but with the HTML format. Here I'm getting like how you will see, how you will given in the body, I mean email notification task. Same thing I got here. Fault code, you can see it's error, and fault reason it's giving, see pre or post commands. Shell command, the shell command failed with exit code 1. So you know, right, I have given exit 1 in the post session command, that's why I'm getting this. So reason also given, fault reason, and it's giving detail here completely, it is giving the details. So the mapping task, everything it is giving from where to where it's ran. So this is the custom email notification handling. So guys, if you want anything, like you wanna explore anything in IICS, just let me know in the comments so that I'll create a few more videos. Right now I'm using trial version, so I'll see any other option is there to extend my trial version, like to download with some other email. Let's see. But I hope you understood this video. Please subscribe if anybody is not subscribed to my channel. For further notification, just click bell icon. Thank you so much.
Hi techies, in this video I'm gonna cover how to schedule the IICS jobs using IICS scheduling itself, and what is blackout period and how to configure blackout period in IICS I'm going to show in this video. So if anybody don't know these two topics, please go through this video. And first of all, I'm just going to show you how to create a new schedule, because if we want to schedule any job, first of all we have to create one schedule. Okay, I'm just going to give the scheduling name. This I'm doing in the administrator window. Okay, in administrator we have schedules, right? If you click on this, then we'll get this option. If you click on this, we'll get this new schedule option. So here we have to give the connection name, sorry, schedule name. I'm just giving my schedule. Okay, some name I'm just giving. You have to give the description also, but it's not mandatory. And here schedule start time, like when we are going to create the schedule, until how many days we have to run this schedule. We have to give here. Okay, first it's just asking only start of schedule. So today only is by default it's taken 224 2024 5:20 a.m. It's okay. This is fine, but I'm just going to change time zone. So I'm just going to give Indian standard, because I'm an Indian and I'm in India. So I want to keep Indian time standard. Okay. And now I'm just going to keep repeat, right? Does not repeat is one of the option, and every n minutes, every hourly, daily, weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, whatever we want as per the business requirement, actually we can keep this one. But my job has to run every n minutes because I'm going to show you now itself. Okay, and every 5 minutes is going to be run. You can set the minutes also here, and you can even, you can check these which days these jobs has to be run, this schedule has to be run, those days you have to select. Right now I'm just going to select only Saturday, because I don't want to run this schedule tomorrow, because just for demo purpose I'm showing here. And time range here, all day, or start time we have to give. All day means 24 hours and it's going to be run all 24 hours. And here I'm just going to give some start time as 6:50. This is fine, or like we'll give 7. Okay, right now my time is 6:53, so I'm just going to give 7. So 7, right? So I'm just going to give 11:50 or 11:55 till 12 o'clock. It's going to be done till 11:55, means our jobs will start at 11:55 and mostly it will end by 12. Okay, and now here repeat until is this option. If we don't know, till how many days this schedule has to be enabled, I mean this schedule has to be run. If we don't know, then we'll give this repeat indefinitely, but we know that till these many days only we have to run this schedule, means we have to give this end date and time. Okay, but I'm just going to give repeat indefinitely only, so I don't know at which day I'm going to stop this scheduling. Okay, right? So I'm just going to save this. If you see here all the details, it has given schedule details. So schedule name and created on and updated on. If you do any changes, updated this schedule, then it will show here that date when you have updated. This is created date. So this will not change created. Okay, created by my name, my ID, and updated by my ID. Okay, and if you see here, there is a scheduling option starts and at what time it's just started. The schedule has started when we created the schedule. Everything is going to be show here, right? So time zone and repeats every n minutes. This schedule has going to be run, and every 5 minutes on Saturday only it's going to be run between 7 to 7 p.m. to 11:55 p.m. and repeat indefinitely. So we are not going to keep this schedule till these many days. This schedule has to be run. We don't know that date, we haven't given. So this what, okay, it's showing here the details whatever we have given. And now I'm just going to show you how to assign a task flow for this schedule. Okay, for that we have to go data integration. I don't know I have created any task flows or not, because this is my trial version. We'll see. I hope I have created 1 or 2 tasks. Yeah, if we go to this test folder, I have 2 task flows. Okay, this first task flow I'm just going to see any schedule jobs are there. No, I haven't created any schedules earlier and I haven't assigned to any schedule jobs. Okay, so now I'm just going to add to the schedule. This task flow I'm just going to add to this schedule. So task flow 1, I'm just giving my job name. We can give anything, but for identification, like easily identify this task flow 1 is the job name if we have task flow 1. Okay, same name I'm just giving, task flow name only I'm just mentioning here as my job name. And schedule we have to select. I have only one schedule, right? I just created now, so it's showing only one. It's automatically assigned to the schedule. Okay, so whatever we have given in the schedule, that everything starts and repeats, next schedule run, everything is showing here. Okay, so I'm just going to assign schedule. But before, you have to see this one also, new schedule. From data integration, data integration we want to create a schedule, we can use this option, but I already created from administrator. Okay, if you want to do this one from data integration module also, you can schedule this. Okay, but I have already some schedule, right? So I'm just using this schedule. I'm just assigning the schedule. So if you go and check schedule jobs, okay, you will see, yes, already it's scheduled to this job name. Task flow 1 is going to be schedule, is already scheduled. Okay, now I'm going to assign this task flow to some schedule. Okay, there is only one task. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, this task flow 2 I'm just going to give to I'm just going to create one more schedule, new schedule. Okay, so to explore these options also from data integration. Okay, earlier how we created in administrator a new schedule like that only we have to give all the properties here. So I'm just giving my scheduling to, okay, my schedule to, okay. So description I'm not giving, same as it is, it's showing the options. And start, okay, starts from 5:30 a.m. today. It's okay, no issues. And now I'm going to give Indian Standard Time again. And every n minutes is going to repeat. So interval I'm just giving 5 minutes. And Saturday only I want. So I'm just going to check only Saturday. Okay. Time range all day I'm just giving. Repeat indefinitely. Okay. Save. So now I'm just going to assign schedule. So just task flow 2 I'm giving. So I'm scheduling to this new task flow whatever now we have created my schedule 2. Okay, assign schedule. It's going to be assigned. I think we'll see in the schedule jobs. If you see the schedule jobs, yes, it's assigned. Okay. Now I'm just going to check my monitor. Not monitor. First, I will go administrator because whatever we have created in the data integration, those jobs, I mean schedules as showing in the administrator or not, will check. Yeah, it's showing. So my schedule too, it's showing. Okay. So I have given every 5 minutes. So the start time is what we have given, 7 p.m. to 11:55. Okay, it's now 7 p.m. Okay, we have to wait, I think, another 3 minutes. It's a 7:02 right now. So for that we have to go monitor and we'll check the jobs are running or not. So the task flow one is already ran. So it's ran at 7 p.m. Okay, because we have given right. So it's already ran, but I'm just waiting for second task flow to run. I'm just going to all jobs. So if you click on running jobs, it only shows whatever running. Okay, but if you click on all jobs means whatever ran, all the jobs it's going to be show here. So we have another 2 minutes to start this second job. Okay, I think at 7:05 this task flow 1 is going to be run, and task flow 2 also it's going to be run. I have just taken some break, so I'm just checking here in the all jobs, not running jobs. Running jobs it will show only current run, like previous run only it just going to show. So 10 7:10 is ran, but before that 7:05 ran also we have to see. Okay, so if you see task flow and task flow 2 in all jobs, it's ran at 7:05. Okay, and also if you see the second and also 7:10 and task flow 1 and task flow 2 both ran. Okay, so yeah, everything is running as per our schedule. Okay, without publishing we cannot uh, schedule any job. If you schedule also, this job is not going to be run if we don't publish. Okay, this is the publish option. So before scheduling the job you have to publish this one. Okay, and now I'm going to show you how to delete the scheduling. Okay, so first I will show you from administrator. Okay, so this my schedule I don't want. Okay, I don't want this schedule. If you want to delete this schedule, you have to click here and delete, but it's not going to be delete, because first whatever the jobs we have scheduled, we have added for this schedule, those job schedule we have to remove from the data integration end. Okay, so I'm just going to data integration again. So this task flow 1 I have assigned, right? So I have to remove this schedule. Okay, so this task flow 1 schedule I'm just going to delete. Okay, so if you delete this one, this is not deleting job, just whatever added schedule that we have deleted. Okay, so if you delete this one, then only you can delete this schedule. Okay, I'm just going to the administrator again. So I'm going to the schedules here. Now I'm just going to be delete. Okay, so like this we can delete the schedule. What is blackout period in IICS? Blackout period scheduling is one of the feature in IICS which helps us to turn off scheduled Informatica Cloud jobs for some time during the planned Informatica Cloud maintenance. Suppose tomorrow I have some planned Informatica Cloud maintenance between 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. I got a notification, mail notification from Informatica as tomorrow they are planning for Informatica Cloud maintenance. So at the time, if suppose my scheduled job has run tomorrow between 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., my jobs are going to be failed with an error notification as jobs failing due to lack of connectivity to the application under maintenance. These type of error notifications we will get. So we know that tomorrow there is a Informatica Cloud maintenance. Our jobs are going to be failed with some error notification. I don't want this notification and I want to keep this all scheduled jobs as turn off in that particular time period. So I will use this blackout option. So in blackout period, if we specify this 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. as our blackout period, then no jobs, no scheduled jobs from IICS is going to be kicked off. Okay. And if suppose I have n number of schedules for an organization, then you can configure one blackout period for an organization so that all the schedules are going to be turned off in during blackout period time. Okay. And if suppose you have done some automation for scheduling the jobs, like you are not using the IICS for scheduling, you are using some external, so that time you cannot avoid such jobs to be not kicked off. So if only you schedule the jobs from IICS scheduling, then only you can stop by using blackout period. You can stop running the jobs in that particular time period. You can use this blackout period option. But if you have automated from external, like some other scheduling jobs, scheduling tools, that time you cannot stop this type of triggers. So my job is already running before start of blackout period. So 9 a.m. my blackout period is going to be start, but my job has already running at the time of blackout period start. That time that job is not going to be kill or stop. It's going to be run, and whatever the jobs which are going to be start between this blackout period, those jobs only not going to be kicked off. Okay. So, and after completion of blackout period, all the jobs are going to be run as per the schedule. Suppose I have a scheduling between 9:30 to 10 a.m. Okay, 9:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. But I have configured the blackout period as 9 to 10, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Okay, after completion of this blackout period, um, these my scheduling, like whatever it's going to be run between 9:30 to 10 a.m., that schedule is not going to be immediately run after blackout period. It's just going to be run again tomorrow as per the daily schedule, 9:30 to 10 a.m. Okay. Now I'm just going to show you how to configure blackout period. So if you go to the schedules in under administrator, okay, if you go to the schedules, then you will see this blackout period option. Okay, if you enable this one, then this start and end time you will get this. This is also enabled. So we have to mention the start and end period of this blackout. Okay. So right now my date is 24th. Okay. And this is date only. And here time is there. And here I'm just going to give, right now my time is 7:57. So I'm just going to schedule from 8 8 p.m. Okay, to 8 p.m. to 8:10. Okay, so the job should not run our scheduling. So this my schedule too, I have it right. So this should not run between um, 8 to 8:10. Okay, we'll see in the monitor. This job is going to run every 5 minutes, right? Till we have 2 minutes for 8. So now it's 7:59. So this task flow 2 already it ran earlier, like 7:55. So our blackout period will start from 8 to 8:10. So this job is not going to run in next cycle, so that our blackout period is working fine. So it's 7:59. One more minute we have to wait. So it's 8 o'clock. So if you see running jobs, it's not running 7:55 only end time and start time, okay? So 8 is not there, it's not running. So our blackout period is working. So no data to display if I refresh this, okay? So all jobs if I keep its last is 7:55 only start time. Okay, so our blackout period option is working fine. So I think everybody understood what is blackout period and how to schedule the task flow in IICS and how to delete the schedule. Everything you understood, right? If you have any doubts, please mention in the comment box. I will try to reply. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you are not subscribed my channel, please subscribe, and if you like this video, please like and share to your friends. Thank you so much.